Motegi, Japan. Honda's backyard. An arena of speed. A track known worldwide as one of the greatest. A proving ground. It's the midway of the Asia Road Racing Championship season. This is where the real fight begins. This is where it counts. Where heroes are made and heroes are broken. Nothing is guaranteed and everything is at stake. The pressure is on. The temperature is rising. The heroes are ready. 14 turns, 4.8 kilometers. That's where the difference shall be made. The home heroes know the ropes around here, but plenty are just as hungry. All the blood, sweat, and tears, all for the chance at glory. The script was changed last season here. And a champion was born. Who will it be this time? Motegi.
And here we are at the Mobility Resort Motegi. The stage is set, the weather is looking threatening, but what's for certain is we are ready for action. It's race time here in Japan, and here we go. TBS Asia 1 leg, race 1 is ready to go. Off to you, Mariandes.
That's a way to start a show, Daniel Bogus. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, very warm welcome to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We are in Japan. We are at the midway point of the season. Barry Russell alongside Des, as Daniel did suggest. And he's right, Barry, the clouds, they look a little bit threatening.
Yeah, they do. Just having a look around a few moments ago, it's a bit unpredictable because this is its own microclimate. We had a little light misty kind of drizzle yesterday, not quite a drizzle, but mist that really messed up part of the afternoon. So nothing's going to stop us this afternoon, that's for sure. And just a quick look at this track. As you can see, there's lots of stop and go. Very fast straights, very slow second gear turns, and this all crucial plunge down, 760 meters from turn 10 to turn 11. And a flowing section from turn 5 to turn 9. Here's the grid.
Yeah, this is the TBS 1 make. This is the first of 2 races this weekend, 5 races each day. We've got Hiroki Ono, the defending champion, on pole position, a man who knows how to win here. He won both races last year. Ramdan Rosley, the championship leader, and the young teenager Sartak Javan, so exciting, the Indian on P3 alongside them.
Some exciting youngsters on road 2 as well. Luis Miguel leads from Hunter Corney, the brilliant 14-year-old Australian, and Chirant Wishwanath alongside of him.
On to road 3, and you've got the Indonesian Rendi and Farish Hafi, who really excelled in qualification earlier on today. He was a leader at one stage, finishes P8. And alongside him, we've got the wildcard Riku Matsushima from Japan.
On row 4, we've got the ever-improving Kim Min-jae, the young South Korean. Next to him, Shingo Hidaka, and outside of him, the Filipino Leandro Paredes.
And then finally on row 5 from New Zealand, we've got Nixon Frost alongside another wildcard, Alwyn Sundar. We've got a number of wildcards in today because we've had a lot of injuries. 4 casualties at the last round, of which we've got broken teeth, broken wrist, broken leg, and broken shoulder. So even though these guys are learning the trades, they're taking the knocks as well, Barry.
Yeah, a couple of really nasty high sides we saw, unfortunately, at Sepang. This isn't such a high-sidey kind of circuit, and touch wood, we've only seen kind of low side slip-offs, but the grid is ready.
Front row of the grid, Ono, the defending champion, Ramdan Rosley, the current championship leader, and the young Indian Sarkar Chavan, really looking to see if the 18-year-old from Pune can really build on what's been an excellent season for him. He's had 1 win and 3 podiums, the man in bike number 3 on the left of your screen. And we are underway immediately in the middle. Ramdan Rosley gets off to a pretty rapid start, but Hiroki Ono, who's been racing this circuit since 2007. He was a wild card in the World Championships back then, and here he is leading once again. He truly is the man to beat, Hiroki Ono.
It was a dream start from Hiroki Ono, and what a start it was from the second row from Hunter Corney, the number 9, who takes a look up the inside and goes past Hiroki Ono, the impudent.
Oh, we've got a crash,
14-year-old.
we've got a high side, that's a nasty one.
Ooh.
Well, Corney has got away. Really well done by the Australian. I'm glad that Farish Hafi, who had such a fast qualification, well, the wild card, he is out very, very early on. Luckily, looks like he's walking away, but he's holding his wrist rather gingerly.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Farish, who was looking so promising. Anyway, hopefully he'll be fit for tomorrow. But Hiroki Ono, meanwhile, has got himself back in front.
And Sartak Chaban has gone along with him as well. There is Sartak, takes the inside line. They're going up the hill that you were talking about here. It doesn't look that intimidating, but it's a low gradual hill and you've got to negotiate the corners. It's a little bit like the S's at Suzuka here. You wind up to the top of the hill here. It's very, very technical, and Hiroki Ono is the man who is leading the way from Sartak Chaban.
Yeah, and Ramdan Rosley, the number 2 in 3rd, just gets relegated to 4th.
And then you've got this long, long hill down here. There's a right-hand corner at the bottom that really, really causes problems. If you get the braking wrong, this can be so, so difficult. So Hiroki Ono, a little bit tentative on the brakes, just glides in, takes the corner nice and early. Everybody's smoothly through. So it's Hiroki Ono who's leading the way. Everybody else, I think, just following his path.
Yeah, Sartak Chavan in the lead, chasing Hiroki Ono.
That's a second man who's gone off.
Yeah, that's Rendi, the Indonesian. Gravel everywhere, so he clearly went down and scooped up a lot of gravel. But the Luis Miguel, the number 8, is in this leading group and knocking on the door of championship contention. Championship is basically currently between Hiroki Ono, Sartak Chavan, the number 3, in 2nd, and Ramdan Rosley, who was 2nd, of course, in the standings last year, in 3rd. But that number 8 is knocking on the door.
Yeah, he did well in Sepang last time out, didn't he? He was very impressive. He was on the back of the leading group several times, so Luis Miguel will look out for him. Actually, he won 2nd race in Sepang. What am I saying? He was on the back of it. He's really part of that group now.
Yeah, he is. He's a few points adrift, but plenty to go. We've had 4 races. And Hunter Corney is trying to hang with these guys as well. Just behind the number 8 is the number 9. Number 9 is Hunter Corney, the much fancied Australian.
Yeah, you kept your eye on him all this season, haven't you? You've expected him to be producing a result at some description. Ono is leading the way. Ramdan Rosley, the experienced 29-year-old Malaysian, who was racing 600s not too long ago. He's come down into the TVS and is showing a very, very competitive edge. 4 wins since he made the transition to TVS.
Yeah, he's really worked on his physical condition. Hiroki Ono is quite a bit naturally smaller than he is, but to reduce the advantage of the Japanese rider, Ramdan has slimmed himself down. Sartak Chavan comes up the inside. Sartak, so good to see him adding consistency to speed. I know I'm only speaking on the second lap. So
it's important this year, I think, for Sartak. He's 18, is at that age where he says, do I carry on my, I think it's mechanical engineering that he's doing at university, do I carry on that course, or do I really make a go for it as a full-time professional? Well, at the moment, he's trailing in P2 at the moment, behind Hiroki Ono, on bike number 3, and looking like as good as a pro.
Yes, he certainly does, and Ramdan Rosley looking as menacing as ever in P3 currently. Just hanging on to that group as he is in the championship is Luis Miguel.
And there, Hunter Corney just behind them. And Chirant Vishwanath, another teenager from India. A little bit further down, Kim Min-jae, who is followed up by Riku Matsushima. The wild card. A lot of Japanese wild cards in the 5 races that we've got for you today. It's obviously it's huge, is the motor racing scene in Japan. So many fabulous circuits. Opportunity to move away from the All Japan Championships, test yourself on the international stage.
Yeah, and they're always so strong when they come in as wildcards in every category except underbones. We've got really strong Japanese wildcard contenders. These 3 at the front looking pretty comfortable with their positions.
Ono's in good form as well, actually. He's racing in the All Japan Championship. He won last week in Tsukuba. But there is Luis Miguel. Let's keep an eye on Luis Miguel. One of the big things about this TBS One Make Championship that everybody, I think, wants is to see emerging talent, especially from India because of where the make is from. But when you see the likes of Luis Miguel and Hunter Corney, who are still both hanging on there, they're the kind of riders that you want to come see making an impression as they come down the hill. This is at the end of lap number 3. It's an 8-lap race.
Yeah, that's it. There's almost a generation between Hiroki Ono and Hunter Corney. Just looking for his position. He is slipping back off the front, as is Luis Miguel just at this point.
Well, I was looking at the birth dates, and a couple of the guys, I think it's Hunter Corney, was born after Ono had made his breakthrough here at Motegi.
Right, well, this is, of course, Hiroki Ono's playground. He's not breaking away here. Their lap times have just come down from the 206s into the 205s, this front 3.
And they're lapping pretty much evenly. 205.7s, 205.7, 205.6 as like number 3, Sartak Chavan just holds off. There's Chirant Vishwanath has a little wobble there. It looked like he was getting close onto the back end of the second 3. But there's your first group of 3 going past in 1, 2, 3. Nice drone shot of Motegi. And that man is Chirant Vishwanath, another of the Indian teenagers looking to make a big say.
Yeah, he did lose a bit of ground with that error. And Corney and Chirant battling for P4 as it stands. Sorry, P5. Luis Miguel is in P4.
Going up the hill once again, it's still Ono. He's been in the lead for the majority of this race. Just behind him, you've got Sartak Chavan in the black, and the pressure once again from Ramdan Rosley.
You just get the feeling that these are running at a comfortable pace, these front 3. They just need to make sure that when I think it is a when, Hiroki Ono starts to break, that they don't get left behind, and this break could be coming now. Let's just look at the lap times once they complete this lap, and we'll get an idea. But it looks as though Hiroki Ono is just starting to squeeze his way into a more comfortable lead.
Well, he's just at the fastest sector 3 at 32.18, which is 0.3 quicker than anybody else. He's accelerated away as they come into the final turn. So this is the midpoint of the race. I tell you what, Ramdan and Sartak are working hard to stay close to him. Hiroki Ono comes through, and the time is indeed a new fastest lap of 205.267. You called it well, my friends.
Yeah, you can just see he's just increasing. He's not taking any chances at the front.
Idiaka comes through in P7. Idiaka, part of the Asia Talent Cup.
Yeah, Sartak and Ramdan just need to make sure they don't hold each other up, because now the break is on. He's stretching away all the time, Hiroki Ono, as we suspected he might. We've seen a close battle in the championship so far, but going with our friend and colleague Daniel's turning point narrative, this could be which he stamps his authority on this championship.
Indeed, Ono is 3 races without a win, which is, for him, a drought. He's won 17 of 23 races in this TVS One Make Championship since he joined, but 3 without a result. Admittedly, he had a podium on each of those 3. No, he didn't. He was in P4 in Sepang. So a veritable drought for Hiroki Ono. He's looking to make sure that that drought ends here in Motegi.
Yeah, we recall seeing the face of thunder on Hiroki Ono as he failed to make the podium.
Gosh, he has pulled away quite significantly. He's pulled in a fast sector 1 at 31.8, fast sector 2 32.6, which is half a second quicker than Sartak over those 2 sectors.
Yeah, they've got no answer for it. They're just doing whatever they can do. 2:05 he's in. This is going to be another fastest lap. So at the midpoint of the race, Hiroki Ono decided to break the hearts of his competition. Rider in P3 there is currently the championship leader by the slenderest of margins.
Only by 2 points, isn't it, as Ono goes over the line first. This is the old twin ring Motegi. You've got the oval that is still here. It isn't used as an oval circuit anymore. It makes it a unique place to watch, as the riders will have to go under the bridge, under the old oval circuit on a couple of occasions. And you mentioned it's a very stop-start circuit. The riders, some riders are having a tough time with that. Not Ono. At the end of each of these straights, Barry, they have to slam on the brakes and get into position and start all over again.
And the thing is, when you come out of these turns and you've got another straight in front of you, the exit has got to be just right. Because there's so much time on this track with the bikes absolutely upright under acceleration, upright under braking.
They do go through under the bridge for the first time on the way out as they start the incline up. He's increased that lead to nearly 2.5 seconds. This is not something that we regularly see in TVS One Make, because the bikes are very, very similar. You can tweak and adjust a few little things, but not an awful lot.
I'll tell you what, Sartak is not going fast enough for Ramdan. Obviously, Ramdan wants to get through. He obviously wants to do it safely. He's still at this point leading the championship, but he's going to make a move now on Sartak. Lap. So many overtaking places here.
Going up the hill, Sartak Chaban. They go over the brow of the hill, and then you can just feel the takeoff. That lead is now up to 3 seconds, and Ono is pulling further and further away. His fastest times at 2:04.675, and I think he's going to go quicker than that this time around. A look over the shoulder from Sartak to see where Ramdan was, and Ramdan's right behind him, of course.
He didn't know. Ramdan has got a little bit more pace than Sartak. Let's see what he can do.
2:04.7, just outside his previous lap time, but nonetheless it's a full, well, 1.9 seconds quicker. This is the battle for P4. Luis Miguel, the young Spaniard, and Hunter Corney, the young Australian. Chirant Vishwanath has dropped down to P6. Matsushima's got ahead of Idiaka in a battle for 7th amongst the 2 Japanese. But this is P2 at the moment, where bike number 3, Sartak Chaban, is successfully holding off Ramdan Rosley.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, because Ramdan really looked as though he was shaping up 1 lap ago to go past. So Sartak has found an answer, but nobody's found an answer to Hiroki Ono. There isn't. Sorry, there's 2 battles. This one we're looking at now for 2nd, and battle for 4th behind them between Luis Miguel and Hunter Corney.
And then beyond them, Chirag Vishwanath is under pressure from Matsushima and Hideaka, and Kim Min-jae still there. Paredes and Nixon Frost and Alwyn Sundar. They complete the 12 out on the circuit at the moment.
I think what it is, Des, that Ramdan is a little bit quicker through the flowing sections than Sartak. Then when we get back onto the straights from turn 10, quite hold his advantage.
Luis Miguel is successfully holding off Hunter Corney. Hunter Corney had the lead at one stage, if we remember, in the first lap.
Yeah, that was a really nice cheeky move he made on Hiroki Ono, reflecting his general attitude to racing, which is to respect no one because of seniority, and everybody is senior to you in racing when you're 14 years old.
Indeed.
But you can see the attitude in Hunter Corney. It's an attitude that we often see from Australians. That is one of the most dangerous areas for going over track limits, and you saw it exactly there.
And he loses a place, obviously, but miraculously he held on to the bike. He'll be shaken, and he'll know that he's on to the final lap. Well, that's an unusual error to make, to go so wide there. The lead is 4.7 seconds in the championship standings. Bottom right of your screen, you can see that Hiroki Ono would be the new championship leader. Turning point in the season, possibly.
Yeah, so the pressure from Ramdan appears to have paid off. If he can maintain this advantage for the second podium spot. He is coming out of the darkness after turn 5 and moving on to turn 6. Into the flowing section. This should be good for Ramdan in this battle for P2.
Sartak's got back right up there, hasn't he? And maybe Sartak wasn't holding up Ramdan. Maybe Ramdan just couldn't get past. But Sartak looks like he's quick. In the meantime, the race leader by a country mile, close to 5 seconds. Like 2 is Ramdan Rosde, Malaysia. He is Young Gun, the Indian Pro Stock 3 to 400cc champion. P3.
Pushing hard, you can see the rear of the bike snaking, under braking.
And then Luis Miguel is still holding off Hunter Corney. It's coming close as they come down that hill.
This is going to be one to watch.
We're following Hiroki Ono.
Well, he's always one to watch, but he's on his own now, and he's not going to make an error.
Ono will come through, round the final corner. Behind them, that battle is still ongoing, and it's still being held by Sartak, who's got through on Ramdan Rosley. This is for P2. Ono will take the win. Ono has taken the win. Behind them, Sartak Javan. That's a terrific comeback against Ramdan Rosley to take P2. Behind them, Luis Miguel holds off Hunter Corney, but hats off to Hiroki Ono. Hats off also to Sartak Javan.
Yeah, that was a great recovery from Sartak, who went off on the penultimate lap at the last turn. But that was brilliantly done, and it just shows how much he is maturing. Last season he was quick, but making frequent errors, and now he's really looking like more like the finished article. Nixon Frost going through there, the number 17. He finished 11th.
Another good performance as well by Luis Miguel. He couldn't replicate the podium or the victory that he got last time round, but regularly in top 4 now. As the course officials wave all the flags to tell everybody, let's just bring ourselves in nice and safely.
Yeah.
We did have a couple of incidents. The Farish Hafi went out very early on. Rendi went out. But otherwise, the other 12 finished nice and competitively.
Yep, I think no heavy falls.
Here is the TBS Asia One Make Championship result. Hiroki Ono wins it by 4.3 seconds, slowing down. Sartak Javan just getting the better of Ramdan Rosley for P2. Spain's Luis Miguel beats New Zealand's Hunter Corney into P4. Chirag Vishwanath from India, the teenager, in P6. Riku Matsushima, a wild card, into P7, winning the battle of the young Japanese against Shingo Idiaka, who finishes in 8th. They were 16 seconds down from Korea. Kim Min-jae lost a little bit of ground on the last lap. Leandro Paredes from Philippines picks up points for P10. Nixon Frost, 34 seconds adrift, just behind Paredes in P11. Alwin Sundar finishing 39 seconds down. The non-finish, Rendi got up and finished. Rendi got up, but Farish Hafi, well, his debut at this TBS Asia 1 make ends up by not completing the race.
Yeah, I think it was turn 4 he went off, so yeah, first time around. So there we are. There wasn't any particular surprise in the results there. There was a great battle for second and another good battle for fourth. And the popular winner here as the Marshals high-five him.
I'd love to know what his number of wins in all competitions is in this. It must be well in, maybe into the 20s over his career, because he's been here so many times.
Yep, and that's a very familiar stand-up wheelie celebration that we see from Hiroki Ono. Let's see, that straight is 760 meters long. He's held it all the way so far. So yeah, good shake as the front wheel hits the ground, and of course the front wheel is not turning, so a little wobble at the front while it catches up with the rear. Here he goes again. There we go. Good showman, good showmanship. As he peels off into pit lane and heads towards Park Fermé. That means a lot to him. This is his home ground.
It also returns him to the top of the overall championship. We'll confirm that, but by my points, that gives him the lead. And I tell you what, the late performance as well by Sartak Chavan, I think, has returned Sartak into second place. So Ramdan Rosley didn't only lose a place in the last couple of corners there, he lost 2 places in the overall championship standings.
Yeah, it was so tight, wasn't it? So yeah, here we are. Are we at a turning point? Has anybody got anything they can answer the dominance of Hiroki Ono with? At Motegi.
Win number 18 of the season for him. Win number 18 as a TBS 1 make competitor in 24 races. So winning 3 out of 4, it's not bad. As he comes through into the Park Fermé, number 1, indeed he is. He looked confident. He had 1 or 2 maybe worries in practice yesterday, but he's looked confident. He looked very quick in qualification. And that is the smile of a man who knows exactly what he's achieved, what was expected.
Yeah, he did it absolutely without any risk. And he's one of these riders that's so skillful, and particularly here where he knows the circuit so well. He wins. He's one of these riders that can win at the slowest possible speed. He's got so much control over himself and his pace and his psychology. He really is the complete package as a racer.
He also speaks well. We hope to get an interview with him because Daniel is down at the Park Fermé area, which is just behind where the pits are. And I think we can go down to the pits, and let's join Daniel Borgers with the race winner. Okay, we'll catch up with the Park Fermé in just a moment. We've got an audio issue down there. Let's have a look at the highlights of the race that we've just seen. TBS Asia 1 Make Championship, race 1 of the weekend, race 5 of the season. And Hiroki Ono on bike number 1. He knows this Motegi circuit like the back of his hand, but he was 3 races without a win in this championship. He proved that he doesn't like losing, Barry Russell.
No, he doesn't. And look at this. Hunter Corney came up alongside him and just had a look. Here he goes. Tips it in just ahead of Hiroki Ono.
Nasty fall there for Harish on his debut, just behind high-sided coming into turn number 4. But by that time, Ono had lost the lead for one turn and maybe half a straight, as Rendy was stuck in the gravel as well. But after this, it just became the Ono show, out there on his own.
Out there on his own, and for 3 laps they stayed together, and then he just started to move away a little bit, then a little bit more, then a little bit more. It was just a supreme effort and control performance. And these two had a really good ride as well. It was clean, it was close.
Behind them, yeah, that is a good battle going on between Sartak Javan. There would be a scary moment for Sartak as they came into the final lap. But it looked as though Ramdan was trying to get past, but unable to. And we was thinking that it was just good defensive work. And then coming into the final lap, what happens to Sartak here? Just gets it completely wrong.
Gets completely wrong, keeps it completely pinned as the dust rises the exit of the turn.
But to his immense credit, that didn't put him off.
No.
He had to just start again. He knew he only had 1 lap to go. That 1 lap would be kind of a lap of honour for Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, given the quality of Ramdan, personally I really thought he would hold this lead to the end, but Sartak had different ideas. He still, I believe, looking at him and listening to him, that he fancies the championship.
So Ono took it. Sartak Javan came back to get P2. He enjoyed that one. But Ono is back on the winner's rostrum, where we're so used to seeing him. And there is indeed the podium. We'll get an interview as soon as we possibly can after the podium. Daniel doing MC duties as well as interview duties, and he'll be on pit grid interview duties as well.
Yeah, and by the time we reached the end of qualifying, he'd done 10,000 steps, Des.
Yes, it's a long way, isn't it? Yeah, we're at one end of the pits and the interviews happen to take place down at the other. He's a young lad. He can cope with it.
Yeah, I think you can hear them getting ready to come onto the podium.
So Ramdan Rosley, as you say, he has slimmed down quite a bit. There's a few kilos gone there since the end of last year for Ramdan. A good P3 for him, although it'll sting a little bit that he wasn't able to hold on to P2 coming down the hill.
Yeah, I think he was pretty much convinced he had P2 even before that error by Sartak. And there he is. Tall figure of this very talented Indian rider.
And back on the winner's rostrum for the 2nd time this season. That is results this year: 1st, 3rd, 2nd, 4th, and now back on the winner's rostrum once again to enjoy and take the honour of the Japanese national anthem.
To present the 3rd prize award.
Always a proud moment, no matter how many times you've been on the rostrum. And for Hiroki Ono, well, He's back where he believes he belongs. Mr. Yasuyuki Ishida, the manager of Global Marketing Department, Sumitomo Rubber Industries Dunlop, hands out the award to the third prize, who is Ramdan Rosley.
And now to present the second prize award, we would like to invite
Runner-up award being handed out by Tawatai Nutsin, the race technician from Olins Asia Company Limited.
In second place, from India, Sartak Chavan.
Goes to Sartak Chavan. Looked pretty happy with his morning's work. And the first prize to be handed out by Mr. Midas Huang, the manager of A-Racer. Dunlop Olins A-Racer, important part of the support structure surrounding the Asia Road Racing Championship. Well, thanks to them, and congratulations to Hiroki Ono, who regains the lead in the overall championship standings. Confirmation. P3, Ramdan Rosley, bike 2. P2, bike 3, Sartak Javan. And P1 to the defending champion, bike number 1, the experienced, the irrepressible Hiroki Ono.
So this could be the turning point in this championship. If Hiroki Ono can do it again tomorrow.
So Hiroki Ono is on 99 points, so 2 wins, a P2, a P3 and a P4 to accumulate that season. Ramdan Rosley, he's got 1 win to his name, 1 second and 3 podiums. He's in P2. Sartak Chavan is in on 88 points in P3. I need to double check that. And then you've got Luis Miguel on 67. Hunter Corney is on 50. Ate Kanga, who's an absentee here, on 44. Chiranth Vishwanath on 41. And for Korea, Kim Min Jae. Reminder, they're all on the same Apache, TVS Apache RR310s. He's on 32 points, is Kim Min Jae. Rendi, who had a problem, ended up in the gravel, but did finish to get some information ahead of tomorrow. He's in 9th in the championship standings on 28 points. Paredes on 25. Hazik Farus injured on 19 points. Arshad Rusty, nasty injury for Arshad last time out. He's on 17. Kanata Jaiman also in an injured absentee on 16. Nixon Frost on 14. Senthil Kumar picked up points in Buriram. He's in P15 on 10 points. Okay, I think we can get some reaction eventually from Hiroki Ono, and he is talking to Daniel Bogus.
Hiroki, we come to Japan and it's looking a lot more like Hiroki Ono that we remember. Can you tell us what was different this round compared to the previous rounds?
Yeah, now I'm very, very happy because this hometown, my first victory. Yeah, this morning in qualifying, I get good confidence. Then for the race one, just I keep the concentration, keep my lap time. Yeah, today a little bit easy for me. Yeah, tomorrow keep working same like this. Yeah, we will see tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Good luck for tomorrow and congratulations.
Thanks very much, Hiroki. Thank you, Daniel. Congratulations, Hiroki Ono. Yet we move our attention to the Underbone 150cc next, where as we are approaching the midway point of this season, on to race number 5. That's coming up in just a few minutes' time. We're at the Mobility Resort Motegi, Japan, and this is the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. The serenity of the Mobility Resort Motegi is a real contrast to the chaos that we saw in some of the underbone results from the last time out. Husni Zainal Fauzi remarkably, amidst the skittles of bikes being thrown all over the place at Sepang, picked up back-to-back wins. Now he's got to negotiate another difficult course, which I think turn 11, the straight from turn 10 down to turn 11 is probably the key part of this course, my Russell.
Yeah, it is, especially for this category because they're breaking downhill, they're slipstreaming. And we're going to go to Daniel, who is on the grid.
So it's a bit of a gloomy weather that we're having here for the Underbone 150 Race 1. As Salkan told me earlier, it's a little bit more like Donington Park than Motegi. But nevertheless, we're going to spin around and talk to our championship leader. So what I'm going to ask him is, he hasn't been on pole this time round. He's not on pole this time round, but he's shown great pace. So what would the strategy be? So Husni, bukan posisi pole setelah Super Pole, tapi Husni tetap menunjukkan kecepatan yang luar biasa di setiap sesi. So apa strategi Husni untuk Motegi kali ini?
Strategi untuk di race 1 ini Alpi akan tetap tenang, fokus, mengatur ritme dan balapan di last lap nanti.
So he says he's going to keep focused, stay calm, and focus on the rhythm and focus on the last lap, as always with the Underbone 150. So good luck, Husni. And now we're going to spin over to the Honda Aditya Fauzi with the biggest cap I've ever seen in my life. So I'm going to ask Aditya, as he was quick last season, and what's different now using a Honda and a Yamaha. So Aditya tampil cepat musim lalu di sini, dan sekarang kembali dengan start yang di barisan yang pertama. So tapi motor yang berbeda. So seberapa sulit untuk mencari setup di Motegi kali ini dengan motor yang berbeda?
Ya, untuk di Motegi ini saya fokus di engine untuk sendiri, tidak ikut merombongan karena di sini cukup angin juga besar karena ada tanjakan, ada mudurnya juga. Saya memaksimalkan engine ini dengan tim.
So Aditya says he's focusing on the engine power because of the way that we have the undulations, we have the hill climbing and the incline as well. So the most important thing for him was the engine. Good luck, Aditya, for this race, and nice cap. So we're going to head over to one of the more experienced riders in this field, Ahmad Fazal Sham for Cardinals. I'm going to grab a quick word. So Ahmad Fazal Sham, you're one of the most experienced riders in this field. Now Motegi is different from any track that we ride on in this calendar. It's very unique. Tell us, what's the secret to being fast in Underbone 150s here?
Okay, for me, this track is very difficult. Maybe different sector is very hard. The gearing corner is very important for rider, and quick feeling, and the track is very up and down, and we must feeling quick for this track.
It's been quite windy. Do you think that's going to affect the race?
I try.
Thank you so much, Fazal. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Dusenberry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, good work down there. And the translation as well, terrific work. And one of the best hats that we've seen, I think.
Yeah, that's quite a special hat. And difficult to listen to what he was saying because the hat was so wild.
It all seemed very jocular down there for Aditya Fauzi. Aditya has had a good season. He's 7th in the championship standings. He has got one podium, a P2. But the man who is the defending champion is Fahmi Bassam. He's on pole today. Fahmi's had a P1, the P2. One did not finish in Sepang. And alongside him, you've got two of the very fast Indonesians, Husni, who we spoke to, and Aditya Fauzi. They're doing something right in Indonesia.
Yeah, Husni really is special, and Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion, on pole position, as you said, but he has a 40-point deficit as we start the 5th race of the season, which is a measure of the magic that Husni's shown.
Surely, in Underbone, you can't carry on that kind of form. 3 wins. We saw it with Najul Izzat a couple of seasons ago. He had a golden spell of 5 races, podium, but 3 wins in 4 is remarkable form. Let's have a look at the starting grid. There are 26 on the grid. Fahmi Bassam for LFN HP 969 on pole, alongside Husni Zainal, the runaway championship leader. also for LFN, and Aditya Fauzi for JPNW S&D Factory Racing on the front row.
Yeah, Ahmad Fazrul Sham we just heard from. He was third in race 1 this time last year. Next to him, Dimash Juliet Moko goes here very well, and Nazrul Izzat on the podium in both races here last season.
Pitapong Lubuimpeng team 1 for all. He's due a performance, we believe, is the tie. John Emerson Ngito, he performed pretty well today as well. The Filipino, the best of the Filipino contingent, he's in P8. P9, April King Moscato at last, showing some form for UMA MMR Yamaha Philippine Racing.
Yeah, 3 champions on row 4, led by Akid Aziz. Next to him, Mayuaji Trilaksana, and Gupita Krishna returning from a shoulder injury.
Peter was one of the race winners here last year.
Indeed.
Charles Shazras from Estemo UZ Asia is on P13, ahead of Ahmad Afif Amran, the other winner last year for Pitspike Superfast JRT Racing Team. And Kiki Sudaman is in P15, the second JPNW rider.
Starting 16th from the Philippines, AJ Sobritodo. Next to him, Darwisi Sahir, and outside of him, Shamil Amshar Effendi for Cardinals Factory Racing Team.
Row 7, you've got the youngster Badli Ayatollah for the Maestro and SCK Honda Racing Team. Jordan Badaru for Team 1 for all, the second of their athletes, is in P20. And completing row 7 is Adib Arsyad Muhammad Hisham for UMA Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia Team.
And from the Vosges AS25 Racing Team, we've got Fizi Supat in P22. Next to him, Ricky Ibrahim for Yamaha LFN, and outside of him, for Forest 1N, Hafiz Faril Rashidan.
And the final row, row 9, the experienced Filipino, Mazato Fernando. Had a bit of a crash earlier on today, alongside Tenku Amrul Akurudin, the second of the Vosges riders. I tell you what, you don't miss those Vosges riders, do you? They're very colourful as they come into view. There's a lot of colour in the underbone, literal and metaphorical.
Yes, that's right, and that's really good for us. Both of those things are really good for us here in the commentary. I mean, there you can see the Vosges bikes there at the back, slightly different shaped fairings, and those very distinctive colours. Purple and white going through there of UMA Racing. They have the Malaysian version of UMA and the Filipino version. The minty green Kobe machine of Masato Fernando just going through there.
The race tech colours, of course.
And the Cardinals colours, yeah. They're just all really standout colours.
The rainbow of Underbone 150cc. But the man who is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow so far, Husni Zainal Fauzi. He's in P2. There he is.
And the storm that precedes the rainbow is about to start, Des.
I think it is, you know. There has got a feeling of rain around this venue. It can come in very quickly. We're in the middle of the countryside, surrounded by lush forests, but we are a little bit up in the mountains, so the rain can come in very quickly. 26 starters. Everybody is now in place. Just waiting for the flags to confirm. Great. P1, Fahmi Bassam. P2, Husni Zainal, championship leader. 3, Aditya Fauzi. What can Ahmad Fazrul Sham, bike number 11, get up to? It's a long delay. We've got a problem at the back. One of the Vosges riders is in problems, but we are underway. Race number 1, and a fast start from Husni Zainal Fauzi, but a good recovery, it must be said, from Fahmi Bassam. And Ahmad Fazrul Sham's got through from the second row to take the lead into the first corner.
Great start from the Malaysian veteran. There he goes, and he's got Husni with him. Husni just shaping up to get into the lead. As he said, he'll retain his focus.
One of the Vosges riders is out.
Yeah, very unfortunate for him. Fahmi Bassam is up there just behind Fazrul. And there goes the Vosges. His race is done before it started.
Well, they're both out, is it? Both Vosges riders are out. One at the start line, and one didn't reach the start line. Gosh, we'll get Daniel to do some investigation on that when he goes down to do the interviews. But that is not a great day at the office for the engineering team. In the meantime, John Emerson and Quito, bike 25, hunkers down into the lead. There's a little bit of contact there. And this is where they have to come up the hill.
Yeah, we got the Race Tech 60 bike at the front there. That is the Race Tech 60 bike of Dimas Julie.
202 is Dimas Julie.
And those big cartoon eyes on the front of the helmet.
It is a riot of colour as they come through. Dimas Julie as they cut across, takes the space. Slingito has stayed in that front little group. 8 laps of the track is this race. This is the one that could be interesting. If they're in a big pack as they come down to the bottom of the hill, it could be the survival of the bravest. And 2 distinct lines being taken. Make that 3. John Emerson Ngito goes over to join Husni Zainal. Now they come round. What kind of contact? Everybody just eases gently into that right-hander.
Yeah, Nazrul's there, Aditya Fauzi's there. I saw one of the marshals making a move there. I'm not sure why that was.
Anticipation possibly, because come to the last lap and I can't see this group of riders being as gentlemanly as they were there. Fazrul Sham, after that fast start, has dropped back quite considerably. Emerson Ngito leads from Ahmad Afif Amran, a winner here last year. Dimas Juliet Moko, Aditya Fauzi and Husni Zainal completing the top 5.
Afif Amran on the 50 there in the blue and kind of brick red colour. He's there as he always is. Fahmi Bassam is there just on the back of the group. You can see on your screen now, although the whole group is
1.7 seconds, yeah, 1.0 seconds between 1 and 10.
Yeah.
And even then, 2 seconds is nothing to make up. I suppose if everyone's clustered up at the front, you can make ground up. Going up the hill, which they will start to rise as they come through the tunnel.
It's really nice flowing section of this Motegi circuit.
Julie has the lead. Izat is alongside him, a former champion who had that rich vein of former a couple of years ago that Husni Zainal is trying to replicate this year, or has replicated.
Yeah, I think this was Nazrul's best outing in his defending championship year in 2024. Second in race 1, third in race 2.
Himself up into P2 here as well.
Afif Amran takes charge for the time being. He's got Nazrul with him. And Nazrul edging past. As you said, Des, nice and gentlemanly just at this stage.
Afif's in good form in his domestic championship. He's leading the 250cc category in the Malaysia Superbikes Championship. He's also doing pretty well. I think he's third in the Capri. That's the 150cc championship, the underbone equivalent. As they come through this time, it's Aditya Fauzi who just edges his way, gets the line right, getting the line right into that right-hander at the bottom of the long hill. That's the key, because that puts you in the opportunity to get into the right rhythm for that left, right, and then the run for the finishing line.
Yeah, great perspective there on what you were describing from the drone, Des. But it's Aditya, Fahmi Bassam, and Nazrul Izat.
We've got a problem at the back. I think it's Ahmad Fazrul Sham has dropped off the back. And Ahmad Fazrul Sham, I think his race is done.
That's very unfortunate.
There indeed he is. After a fast start and a very good qualification, he just turns off into the pit, looks very, very disconsolate beneath that helmet.
As always, he was looking like a strong threat. But no repeat of last year's podium finish in race 1. Sato Fernando's coming up.
Fahmi Bassam 222, Nazrul Izat, some very familiar names. Aditya Fauzi 177. The usual names near the top, and it's so competitive because the usual names equals about 10 or 12 realistically who you think, yeah, he could win this. And then you add John Emerson Ngito, who hasn't won a race so far.
No, he won at Sugo in 2023 in the wet.
Yes. Aditya Fauzi. himself one podium so far this season in Buriram, race number 2. Again, the different lines that they take. Dimas Julie. Very stop-start, they say, is this circuit. You have the long lap and then the hairpin at the end of the home straight, the second back straight and the third straight, and then you go up into the hills. Then you've got this long hill coming down as well.
Yeah, it's a series of drag races with a nice flowing part in the middle and a really tight, really kind of scary flowing part at the end, as we can see now.
The Big Dipper. They come round. John Emerson Nkito is looking to challenge Najul Izzat Bahudin at the front. Also in there, we've got Pirapong Luboympeng, Team One for All. And a problem once again for the second Cardinals bike.
Ooh.
Well, that's Shamal Amsyar in an identical position to where Ahmed Fazl Sham went off as well.
That's very strange and very disappointing. Normally very well turned out machines, those Cardinals factory racing Yamahas. Something's not right. But back at the front goes John Emerson Nkito.
Alongside him, 177 is Aditya Fauzi. Loving this drone perspective that we're seeing. You can see the old oval way to the right. What have we had? 4 casualties, 4 racers have dropped out, but Dimas Juli Apmoko has been there. There is confirmation, the bike dropping out. Shamil Amsyar, the second Cardinals racer. Lots of work for their engineers to do tonight. 25, Emerson Nkito for the Evo Yamaha racing team leads the way, or did?
Yeah, it's difficult to finish a sentence and for it still to be relevant in this race, as we know very well. But it's Najul who is currently at the front. He does like this circuit. He's very good at his strengths are corner speed, exit speed, which is so important here.
And also finding the right path as well. There's all kinds of variety of lines being taken. Dimas Juli Apmoko. They come round at the very top of the circuit. They just go over the brow of the hill, then they'll fan out just to try to get the best line as they come down this hill. Well, they have fanned out in previous, there they go. It was bound to happen. Ooh, Aditya has nearly taken out. And also in the racing there is Masato Fernando, bike 17. Experienced Filipinos come to the fore for the Kobe SEC Yamaha racing team.
Yeah, that's always good to see, although we don't often enough see him finishing near the front. He's had a few crashes and a bit of bad luck as well.
Najul Izzat comes through in P4, but the race leader is 222, Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion.
Yeah, he has a good look round and his view was completely filled then by the 177 pink machine there of Aditya Fauzi.
Gosh, there's a clutch of good racers there. 8 or 9 or 10. You look at that, Husni, who's on 3 wins out of 4. He's in P8 at the moment. You don't count him out. You don't count somebody like Gupita Greshner out either. He's down in P11 on bike number 23, and we've not really seen him so far today.
And a FIM ran as well. Kid Aziz currently down in 10th.
It is an all-star cast and all still within a chance. We're halfway through. Aditya Fauzi, 177, just moves into P2. There was Husni, was in P8, now up into P3 as they go under the tunnel for the first time. We are in the second half of the race. It'll just begin to crank up in intensity over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, Dimas Juli's going really well. And there's no enhancement to the colours that you can see on your screen there, as you will know if you are here at Motegi.
It is, it's lush, isn't it? Dimas Juli Apmoko still has the lead. Husni Zainal has gone along with him. Aditya is there. And the purple of Uma Racing and Najul Izzat Bahudin. Do keep an eye on the likes of Akid Aziz and Afif Amram. Domestically in great form, but the LFN riders, the engineers seem to have just a little bit of magic. They know what they're trying to do. and Husni Zainal makes his move. Coming towards the tail end of lap number 5, Husni Zainal for the first time is in the lead, but Aditya Fauzi immediately goes on the inside, and Aditya is the man who will have the line to take into the flowing last couple of corners.
Yeah, Nazrul there all the time as well. Yeah, these two young riders at the front now, really exciting. Aditya Fauzi and Husni, of course.
Aditya Fauzi leads. It's a long haul to the finish line. So even if you exit the last corner well, there's a lot of work still to do. In fact, in many ways, you might not want to be in P1 if you've got lots of company coming into the last lap.
Yeah, it's a good point, Des. This is one of the longest stretches to the line we've got on the calendar. It's certainly longer than Sepang, definitely longer than Buriram.
Akid Aziz has joined in. There he is in the blue. You've got the sky blue and the orange Akid and his mate Afif Amram. They race together, seemingly like brothers. Every time you turn up at a racetrack, Afif and Akid are there, normally within a place of each other.
Yeah, John Emerson in Gito, thinking about the Filipinos. He has been there all the way through so far as we get to the championship rounds.
Great drone shot.
Look at that, that's about 1.2 seconds you're looking at there between the front and the back, but...
Oh, who's gone?
Oh, is that...
I didn't see the number, and the helmet, I don't think... I was most concerned that it's Nazrul Izzat. If it's Nazrul Izzat, there's a problem. Can we see Nazrul? Yeah, Nazrul Izzat's still there. So it's not Nazrul.
Okay, Fahmi Bassam's still there, defending champion. He needs a really good result from this race. Oh, hand up from Fahmi.
Now, if that's a mechanical problem, or whether or not he's just out the way, no, he's taken a different line, Fahmi Bassam, but he's still motoring down the hill by 222. Keep an eye on Fahmi Bassam to see if there's a mechanical issue that he's got, or whether he just missed a gear, but it looks like he's recovered quite well. Yeah. Fahmi Bassam in P6 as they come into this double left-hander.
Yeah, I think he was slow onto that straight. That might have been a hand of apology.
Dimas Juliat Moko is the man who is leading the way, though. Dimas Juli by 2:02 in the Race Tech colours, but he's just mobbed by Piripong Lui Boinpeng, who goes into the lead for the first time. And Afif Amram says,
as you finish the sentence, Des. Yeah, Afif Amram, the number 50, returns to the front, but Piripong's looking good here.
Need shorter names.
Yeah, it's a home race of sorts for the Thai rider Piripong, because the team, of course, is Japanese team. One for all. Beg their pardon. Now I'm confused.
One for all.
One for all.
Okay, so Fahmi Bassam 2:22. Looks like he's recovered. Looks like, in fact, he's recovered so well. He's taken the lead as they come under the bridge. Head up the hill once again.
And for Uma Philippines, April King Moscado is keeping himself just about in touch. Another rider due a good result.
Well, that's at the very tail there. 127 is Ricky Ibrahim for LFM. He's a wild card here. But even they're having a right old scrap. Got to love this underbone category. You're racing even if it's for P19 or P20.
Yeah, Akid and Afif there as well in the top 5.
24, Piripong Luboinpeng. He's kept himself up at the front. Dimas Juliat Moko has a look on the inside, but there's no go there. They come round the right-hander, and then they'll come over the brow of the hill and head down. A bit of argy-bargy between Aditya Fauzi and Fahmi Bassam.
Fahmi Bassam just coming out, making his presence felt alongside Aditya Fauzi. Aditya ignores it and goes through under the tunnel for the last time on this lap.
This is rehearsal time. You could see that Pirapong Luboinpeng was put a little bit out of sort there. He's recovered to get himself into P2. So this is a long drag that could be a real problem if you are leading. Oh,
and that
that's
is
one of the pit
Afif Anram.
bikes.
That's Afif.
Afif has lost his way, and Afif has lost any chance of picking up points.
I think that was a mechanical, but meanwhile his teammate Akid Aziz is putting himself into a really good position at the early stages of the final lap. Pirapong is trying to make a break.
Aditya Fauzi is there. Akid Aziz, as you say, bike 13 is in the tracks. Fahmi Bassam, the championship, the defending champion, 222, is in P2. The Indonesian chases the Japanese-based Thai.
And incredibly, we haven't mentioned Husni for a little while, but he is also there currently in P3.
Problem for Nazrul Izzat up at the back of your shot there. Nazrul Izzat shows frustration. He is out of the reckoning as well. Gosh, this is taking a real attritional rate on the machinery. It's not so much crashes, it's machinery failures, as everyone is really pushing.
Yeah, they head up into turn 7. I think that's Fahmi just at the front.
Fahmi Bassam, he's got Pirapong Luboinpeng with him. There is Pirapong leading the way. Fahmi Bassam is right there, and Husni Zainal is remarkably chasing a 4th win in 5 races. Unheard of territory in Underbone. And he's right in the mix there, is bike 143. He's in P3. Aditya right behind him. Look at the line Pirapong takes. And Husni looks on the inside. Oh, this is going to be a terrific, terrific race. Down the hill. This is where this race is going to be won and lost, Barry Russell.
Oh, there's yeah, absolutely. And Akid Aziz coming through as well. I think somebody went down then. You can see the marshals running in the background.
Pirapong, though, has the lead taken away from him. Aditya is there. Akid Aziz is there. It's the race tech bike of Dimas Julie that's got himself back into the front. We've got a left, a right, and a long sprint for home. This is the race on the line. Couple of 100 meters to go. We're into the final straight now. Dimas Juliet Moko is chasing this one. The race is on. Akid Aziz is chasing, and the victory goes to Husni Zainal for the 4th time in 5, ahead of Fahmi Bassam and Aditya Fauzi. Pirapong and Dimas Julie. Wow. 1, 2 and 3 on the grid end up 1, 2 and 3 at the final line, and Husni Zainal 4 wins in 5 by Russell.
Husni Zainal Fauzi is officially a magician, because I'm sure this is unprecedented in Underbone racing. That is just phenomenal.
He was there or thereabouts throughout. It was nip and tuck coming down the hill. It didn't look like he was going to be able to hold on down the final home straight, but Husni Zainal just edged himself ahead of Fahmi Bassam and Aditya Fauzi. And the margin of victory, 0.04 of a second. Husni Zainal Fauzi takes it.
Great races from Fahmi Bassam, Aditya Fauzi and Pirapong, just missing out on the podium there for Team One for All. Dimas Julie, who threatened throughout for Race Tech 60. He was there, but we have a Honda in the shape of Aditya Fauzi on the podium. Akid Aziz, who looked threatening, ended up 6th. And then it was Hafiz Farel Rashidan. There is the result being investigated here. Wayuaji Trilaksana was towards the back of that group all the way through. He finished in 11th. So some way behind Dimas Julie, his teammate. But Husni Zainal Fauzi, just to get 4 podiums in 5 races. Oh, and the marshals there.
Well, that was the incident you were alluding to. I think the marshals were running.
Yeah, we didn't see who that was, but the marshals were very quick onto the scene.
We'll get an update on that as well. It's never great to see a stretcher by the side of the track. But as they were coming down that hill, there was an incident towards the back of the pack. But how about this? Husni Zainal, can't wait to see the replay of how he manipulated a victory. Yes.
Yeah, it's the whole repertoire is there, including swimming.
We're not even at the midway point of the season, and he's got a lead of 45, 55, nearly 60 points.
Yeah, it's incredible. That kind of consistency. I mean, you alluded to the consistency of Nazrul in 2023, but Nazrul's consistency was with podiums. That kind of consistency with winning is just ridiculous in the best possible way.
Indeed, remarkable. Husni Zainal Fauzi, these are the confirmed results, has won it by 0.044 of a second from Fahmi Bassam. So the LFN team in various guises, the Zia LFN against the Yamaha LFN in P1 and 2. Aditya Fauzi for JPNW in P3. Piraponglu Poimpeng, team 1 for all, good result. This is the form we've been looking forward to him on the Yamaha in P4. Dimas Julie on the Racetech 60 Racing Yamaha in P5. Akid Aziz for Pitspike, 2/10 down in P6. The Yamaha of Hafiz Farah Rasyadim for Evo Yamaha Racing in P7. April King Moscato, as usual, the Filipinos competitive. He's in P8. Gupita Kreshna, former winner here for the Zia LFN team. He's in P9, 1.3 seconds down, just ahead, 2 thousandths ahead of John Emerson and Gito. Wyatt Ajitrilaxana in P11 for Racetech 60. The Yamaha of Masato Fernando, that's a brave P12 for the veteran. Charles Shazras on the Demo Uzi Honda in P13. Jordan Badaru, team 1 for all in P14 on the Yamaha. And the second Honda of Kiki Sudarman for JPNW in P15. Out to the points, the wild card, Ricky Ibrahim, a good performance for him. The youngster, Badli Ayatollah, great experience for the SCK Honda racer. Just missing out there to Ricky Ibrahim. Nazrul Izzat had engine problems that cost him. Ian J. Sobratodo was never at the races today. Ahmed Afif Amran, he finished 2 laps down because he had problems. Adi Basia and Shamal Amshar we saw going out early. We also saw Ahmed Fazl Sham retire. Ahmed Darwisi had to retire for Estemo Uzi Asia Racing. Afiti Supat and Tenku Amaril didn't even make the start line. Both Vosges bikes needing attention.
But there's a familiar sight there. Let's have a look at the recap. But that is 5 wins out of 5 for the team, because Guvita won the other race.
Race highlights of the first Underborn 150cc of the weekend at the Mobility Resort Mategi. And on pole position, Fahmi Bassam, bike 222. Found his thunder taken by Ahmed Fazrul Sham on the Cardinals Factory Racing bike. And the veteran Malaysian got up to a terrific start by Russell.
Yeah, he did. He looked good all the way through this weekend. He put himself on the podium last time we were here. And it was only a bit of cruel luck that robbed him of the chance to do it again this time.
Husni Zainal, bike 143, would eventually go on and win. The 2 Vosges riders were out before the start line. John Emerson and Gito had some time at the front, as usual with Thunderbone. Everybody was scrapping for positions. Aditya Fauzi had some time at the front. Dimas Julietko, Atmo had some time at the front. It was difficult to work out what was going on. You've just got to wait until the end.
Yeah, you have. And I was just going to say, Afifan ran there, the number 50. He was very unlucky because he was threatening all the way through, and we know his quality too.
Also, Nazrul Izzat Bahodin, he looked like he fancied repeating his 2 podiums here last year, but he would drop out to finish P18. That's bike number 87. This is Ahmed Fazrul Sham. He's out, so that's bad news for Cardinals. There was a lot of attrition, and nearly always after they'd come down the long hill. Piraponglu Boimpeng at last showing the form that you know he's capable of by Russell, 24.
Yeah, that was good to see him at the front and threatening for a podium. He did even try to make a little break at the start of the first lap, but of course that was never going to happen in this category. Aditya Fauzi, the lone Honda in that front gaggle.
And then on to the final lap, and we've got to keep an eye out for the man who'd eventually win bike number 143. There he is, just edging into P3 there. And as they come into the final straight, he's leading. Looks like he's going to be caught. Husney Zainul, looks like everybody is coming around him, but Husney is able to hold on to take his 4th win. A remarkable performance from Husney. I really didn't think being in P1 was where you wanted to be on the final straight. It was, though.
Yes, it was. Elbows too between number 3 and number 4. Adichie and Pierpont on the line. It's fair in love and war as we wait for the podium ceremony.
Husney is probably saying, no, I've been here before. I know what this is all about. Wait for number 1.
So that's a nice shot of the podium, which is just behind us in the paddock here.
Adichie Fauzi for JPNW SND Factory Racing.
In second place,
That's a good performance for him. It's his 2nd podium of the season. He had a P2 in Boram, he's added a P3 here. Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion. He's had 3 podiums, 2 second places, back-to-back second places. It's a decent fist of defending your championship.
Oh, he has, and look at the deficit he's got. It's incredible, and it's incredible because of this rider. The team that, as I said, Des, have won every race. 2 riders have won every race in one team.
The Tia Elephant HB 969 team engineer will come on to take that award, which will be handed out after the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
それでは優勝ライダーユースニー・ザイノル・ファウディ選手のインドネシアの国歌をお聴きください。
Indonesia Raya for the 4th time this year for Husney Zainul Fauzi. Presentations being handed out by Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia president.
In 3rd place from Indonesia, Adichie Fauzi.
Bad result for Adichie Fauzi. I'm just looking at all these guys. They've had good seasons and they're miles off the championship lead.
Yeah, it's just not right, is it? But it's just not right because the script has been completely taken over by Husney Zainul Fauzi.
There's your defending champion. We're not even halfway through the season though. Things can change, but they'd have to change dramatically for Husney.
One
race 1 in Boram, 4th in race 2. Back-to-back wins in Sepang, won the 1st race here. Leading coming into the final straight and holding on despite all the best efforts of those behind him. Best team presentation by Mr. Norihito Yanagizono, the general manager of Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited.
And the best
No
team
thanks
for
to
the
Dunlop. We'll
underbone
hear more from
150
Dunlop
race 1,
specifically
Zero
later on.
Elephant HP
Team award goes to
969
Zia Elephant,
MCR
HB
RBT
969
34.
そして優
MCR
勝チームは
RBT
ギア
34.
LFN
That
HP969
doesn't trip off the tongue too easily.
But they deserve the effort, Des.
Absolutely.
I would like to invite Mr. Stefan Makikarpi and Mr.
An all-Indonesian podium.
to take a photo with our race winners.
Aditya Fauzi 177, Fahmi Bassam 222. Husni Zainal Fauzi. What can the rest do? What can Malaysia do? What can the Philippines do? What can the Thais do? Or is it the Thai?
The tie. They had a good pop at it today.
Yeah, P4 for Pitapong. All the ducks in a row for for Husni Zainal as he leads the championship. 113 points, 45 points clear of Fahmi Bassam. Akid Aziz 55 points. I'm just working up the maths. There's a lot of points still available. There's still 7 races to go, so it's not over. But gosh, it's going to be hard work. Aditya Fauzi in P4 on 51. Nazrul Izzat out of the points today on 44. Jupiter Kreshna also out of the points today on 43. Ahmad Afif Amran, 38 points for him. While Ajit Trilaksana on 34 points. Okay, that's the championship standings. Let's get a reaction from Husni Zainal. I believe we can go down to Daniel Bogas to talk to our, well, perpetual race winner.
Husni, absolutely out of this world. Luar biasa. Like, your strategy, as always, has been perfect. That last lap. At first, we thought it might be Fahmi Bassam that might run away with this, but right at the last end, you started to push and then you pulled away. Tell us, how was that race?
Terutama saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, kepada tim, owner semua yang tidak datang di sini, terus kru, mekanik, Mas Bima semua, Mas Bonce yang sudah bekerja keras di seri 3 ini. Alpi banyak-banyak terima kasih. Untuk jalannya race tadi, Alpi mencoba tetap tenang itu. Alpi mencoba mengikuti ritme karena Alpi pertama main di Jepang ini. Ya alhamdulillah strategi Alpi berjalan dengan baik dan membuahkan hasil di race 1 ini. Mudah-mudahan di race 2 nanti bisa mempertahankan posisi lagi. Amin.
So what he was saying is that a big thank you to the team, to the mechanics, to the boss as well. And what he focused on was, again, the rhythm. And it's his first time in Japan, so he just tried to find the rhythm, find the pace. And then in the end, he managed to make it to the front. And he's hoping that he can hold on to this victory and make it a double in race 2 later on tomorrow. A big congratulations to you and good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks, Daniel. Indeed, congratulations, Husni Zainal. 4 wins out of 5. He's the overall leader by some 48 points with just 7 races to go. Our focus moves to the Asia Production 250cc's. After the break, you're watching the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships from the Mobility Resort Motegi in Japan. Pictures there of victories for Kritipak Krankum and Fadila Arbi Aditama at the AP 250 event that took place at Sepang in May. We are now in Japan at the Mobility Resort Motegi circuit, and the AP 250 sees Fadila Arbi Aditama as the championship leader. He won the first 3 races of the season, but I think this is a new circuit for him, by Russell, and we've seen in previous races that the riders are learning their way around this Mobility Resort circuit.
Yeah, he hasn't been quite so dominant. He's going to be starting from row 2 today, but lots of slipstreaming, obviously, for the 250s, just looking at that circuit map.
And some really useful wild cards as well. I'm thinking particularly of Ryoto Agawara, who is the defending Honda Talent Cup champion and has got 4 wins in a row already. So there's plenty of riders who can really have a go at them. Murable Vitoni is the man who is on pole position for the Yamaha LFN team. And as we have a look at some of the spectators, having a look down from some of the vantage points, let ourselves go down to the pit and to the grid and speak to Daniel Bogas with some pre-race interviews.
So rain seemed to be a proper threat early on. We thought it was going to rain around the AP250s or the Supersport 600s, but as of right now, the forecast is showing good dry weather all the way through, so we should be on for a really good race. Now, speaking of a really good race, Murable Vitoni on pole and 2 wildcards right beside him. But we're going to speak with Ryota Ogiwara, who we saw last season as well. Ryota, last season you were here and you put on quite a good show. This season you're back again and you're quick again. Tell us, what section or which turns are most important here in Motegi?
For me?
For you, yeah.
I like fast sector. Like, yeah, turn 1, 2, 3, 4 is, yeah, that is Motegi, like, special. Yeah, I know.
So I noticed a lot of riders face a bit of chattering issues. Do you think suspension is going to be the key factor for winning a race here?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to just make our way through to the second row in the grid to none other than Fadila Arbi Aditama. So, Arbi, now this weekend, it's a very different circuit from every other track on our calendar. It's stop and go. Does that make your RPM deficit a bit hurts a bit less, or is it still a struggle?
Well, the beginning, because it's my first time riding here in Motegi, so it's a bit, of course, it's a bit difficult for me, because I think almost everybody know this track, so the RPM cut doesn't affect me so much, because finally the team, of course, helped me to find another way, so I need to be at least on the top now, so I will try my best.
Thank you so much, Arbi. Good luck. Now we're going to try and make our way down to another local Japanese rider. He's, of course, a very familiar face on our grid. It's Aiki Yoshi aboard the Kawasaki ZX25R. The Kawasaki has had a real struggle this season. We saw that it was improving in 2024, but this time around, it's just not come together for Aiki and the Kawasaki. So let's try and grab a quick word with Aiki. Aiki, qualifying not the result that was desired this time round. Do you think the weight deficit is a big factor here?
Yeah, I think maybe difficult to fight the race, but never give up. I try to push on the more front at my base.
Is there any solution to the power deficit, the torque deficit that you're having?
Your power is very, very big difference, because so too difficult to regulation. Regulation is no good. Yeah, but never give up.
Thank you so much, Aiki. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
Thank you very much. A lot to dig out from that one, Barry Russell.
Well, it's always good to hear riders speaking their mind.
It certainly is.
And Aiki Yoshi, as Daniel said, did a fantastic job last year. Doing a fantastic job this year for the Chinese TY Antares team is Reishi Takahira.
Fourth on the grid he is.
Fourth on the grid. He was quickest overall on combined times yesterday. And there is 2 times champion, 108, Andy Fadley, recovering from a really nasty injury and making his comeback on a very different machine to the 2-cylinder parallel twin that he won his 2 championships on.
Yeah, he's on P19. Next to him, you've got Hikaru Okubo. We've got a number of wild cards coming in here.
Yeah.
I mentioned Ogiwara. I'd forgotten he came second here last year as well, but he's a real talent, Ogiwara. And the wild cards can take points away from the championship contenders. The championship leader is Arbi, of course, Fadila Arbi.
And this is just a nice shot to point out. 97 and 78 towards the middle of your screen to the left are both for Sanwa Racing, both wild cards. Ogiwara and Okubo. Oh, this is not good for the Vietnamese rider.
John Ampu for the Estremo Uzi Asia team.
Frustration there from the great Cheryl Uzi.
There we are, right above the pit lane area. Let's hope that the bike can get fit and at least get a start from the...
Yeah, and I tell you what, Des, as I stand up, what a sight this is. 31 bikes on the grid. Absolutely stirring stuff.
Terrific roar as well. Murabel Vitoni for the LFN HP 969 team is on pole position. Ryuji Yoko, Team Tech and YSS, a wild card, is on P2. The veteran Ryoto Ogiwara for Sanwa Racing Team, really, really strong competitor. He's in P3, the wild card.
Rish Takahira has had 2 P4s and 2 DNFs this season. He's looking for something better today. He leads row 2 from Hikari Okubo, and Fadila Arbi Aditama, championship leader.
On to the third row of the grid, and Kritipat Kiankam, who had a podium last time out for Yamaha Thai Racing Team, alongside Galang Hengra Pratama for the Yamaha BAF Yamalube team, and Izam Iqmal, Victor Racing Team, the Malaysian, in P9.
Yeah, starting 10th, Daniel Shami Sharel for Uma Racing. Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Fadil Musyavi, a replacement rider, starts 11th, and 12th, sorry, I got that wrong, Takamoto.
P5, row 5, Irfan Ardianto from Maestro SCK Honda Racing, alongside Irfan Heikel of the Maestro SCK Honda Racing Team, and Kotaro Tagashi, another wild card for SDG Hark-Pro Honda Philippines.
And Aiki Oshi, we just heard from on the grid from Motul Kawasaki Sniper Manual Tech, is 16th, 17th, Gao Jiang for Team One for All. Aldiaz Axel Ismail for Yamaha BAF Yamalube starts 18th.
We had a look at the bike of Andy Mohammed Fadli on the Kawasaki in P19. He's due an improvement of luck and form. Davino Britani, talented young Indonesian for Astra Honda on P20. Jazil Jurami, a talented young Singaporean for Team ACR, is in P21 on bike 68.
And well out of position down in P22, Chao Vietnam. Next to him, debutant in this series, Faris Putra Fadil. And outside of him, India's Kevin Kintal.
It is a big old grid. Row 9, Zhang Chuncheng on TY Antaraz Racing Team, the second from that team. Nguyen Ton An Pu, although is he going to start, we're not sure. Estremo Uzi Honda Asia Team, theoretically in P26, P27. Also Honda Racing Vietnam, Nguyen Hu Tri.
On row 10 in 28th place, Johan Reeves Emmanuel next to him, and there's something not right. I don't know what the story is behind Chandrahar Moan, but he starts 29th. Watch out for him. Leong Nan Zer, the Hong Kong rider for Victor Racing Team, 30th.
And Team One for All's Yu Gangwan is the 31st starter. I'm still looking down on the grid just to see if bike 19, Ton An Pu, is there, as the Dunlop boys look on serenely. Serenity, not something I think that we can expect.
No, and just coming late to the grid there is Reach Takahira. The number 44 to the right of your screen there, Murabel Vitoni, the 157, is your pole man on the right.
Everybody lined up, red lights are on. AP 250 is a go, race number 1 of 2 of the weekend, and a bright old start from Murabel Vitoni. Not a bright start, that's a flying start from Murabel Vitoni.
Good start too from Ogiwara from the middle of the front row, and all kinds of pogoing up and down with the front wheel bounced up on the grid for, it seemed like about a third of the field.
Ogiwara, bike 97, he's made a solid start. I'm really expecting strong things from him. He's looked confident, and obviously in qualification to qualify in P3. He's also in good nick in the All Japan Championship, where he's had a couple of top 7 finishes in the last couple of events. And Ogawara looks on the inside and takes the lead as Vitoni is pushed just a little bit wide.
Yep, and Arby has come through well from the second row, but there's a crash there.
2 out, one of whom is bike number 50.
That's Kotaro Takashi, the SDG, Hart Pro Honda. He is out.
And Jazil Jaraimi is the second athlete who's gone out there.
Tough weekend for Jazil Jarami as Arby takes a look at the front. Ogiwara, now number 97, and in unfamiliar colours, Des, the number 39 is up there, just going through your screen now. That is the Thai rider Kritapat Kenkun. There he is.
Red and white, the one I used to saying. 93 leading the way now is the championship leader, Fadila Arbi. I say leading the way, he did for about 3 meters and then was overtaken. 157, Murabul Vitoni, having made a mistake at the bottom of the hill, has worked his way back up to the top of the hill to take the lead, to come down the hill once again, where he finds himself under pressure from Fadila Arbi. Bike 93, Arbi, he's in great form. 3 wins out of 4. Not quite at his sharpest in race number 2 in Sepang, but he's getting himself a nice cushion, a great way to start a season, going 3 for 3, and a great way to start here at Motegi, because he will have the lead coming over the line at the end of the first of 10 laps.
He's a very, very classy rider as Murabul swings outside of him and tries to muscle his way through into the lead in turn 1, but it's Cancun Kritapat who makes it as they start this second lap.
Kritapat from Yamaha Thailand Racing, you're all right now, you pointed out, can't unsee the old colours of Kritapat. There he is, bike 39, the blue racing suit.
And this is the 70th anniversary of Yamaha, so I imagine those are celebratory colours.
Meantime, RB in traditional red and white for Astra Honda Racing is there. 124 is Isam Iqmal from Victor Racing Team.
Getting tangled up there with Murabul.
That's the second at same place. Murabul nearly lost it on lap number 1. Well, that time he looked to be on the end of a mistake from another racer.
Kritapat having a look at RV. I think it's the first time here for Kritapat as well.
Fadila Arbi leads the way, weaving their way up the hill. They get to the top. Still leading the way behind them. Is that 88? Was that Chandra? Chandra's come right the
Chandra
way from the back.
would have come up. Yeah,
Wow.
his grid position is a mystery because he was looking really good all the way through in qualifying. But that is phenomenal. He's made his way past what 27 bikes to put himself in that position. That's incredible from Chandra.
Indeed, and he's having a little look at the front there. I'm doing a quadruple take that it's bike number 88. I didn't believe it at first.
Absolutely, yeah.
Chandra, he started down in P29. Now he's up in P3 after just coming up to 2 laps.
Yeah, I tell you what, when you look at the front group there, the stand-in rider, Fadil Musyavi, for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, has put himself right up there as well, the 571.
Well, it's looking very good for Yamaha at the moment. Leading the way still is Fadila Arbi. Kritapat is right there.
Chandra really having a go, isn't he, Des?
It certainly is. The 2 Hondas are leading the way, but there's a gaggle of Yamahas chasing them. And beyond that, you've got Isam Iqmal from Victor Racing, Yuji Yoko for Team Tech 2. He hadn't made a start. Aguilar's dropped off the pace just a little bit.
Yeah.
There he is, just at the back in the black.
Yeah, Yoko quite fancied by some of his contemporaries here as
The dealer was pushed wide. What a
Yeah.
Every lap we've seen somebody pushed wide on that turn going under the tunnel for the first time. 157 is Murabul Vitoni, leads the way.
take another look at that. So RB comes across, he just has to stand upright to avoid hitting the front wheel
He
of
stood upright.
Fadil, yeah.
And that took Kritapat out as well. luckily both on the bike and back up chasing, but they've lost quite a lot of ground there. And the new race leader is, as you say, 571 Fadil for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
The depth of talent that Yamaha and Yamaha Racing Indonesia and Astra Honda have got in that country is just amazing. They just keep coming.
Fadil leads the way, or led the way. Murbil Vitoni only stepped up from Underbone this season. He's got himself a decent position. Hasn't had a podium, he's had 2 fourth places so far, Murbil, and a P5. It's been a consistent season from bike 157. Look at that, it's blue, 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 blue. The red, 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 the black, black.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a good selection by LFN to put Murbil Vitoni up into 250s. His teammate last season, of course, was the championship winner, Fahmi Bassam. Musyavi, he's putting on a show along with Chandra. And Izam Iqmal, who has struggled to come to terms with Motegi until now, is right at the front of this group, currently running in P2.
The man who's not really made a mark is Rich Takahira. He's down in P7 just at the moment, bike number 44. He's in the slightly more colourful lime green racing leathers.
Yeah, Ikari Okubo just went ahead of him, the number 78. But great work here from Murbil. There's a Iqmal threatening again. So good to see him and Victor Racing on the podium in Sepang in round 2.
Away from this group, the Kawasaki's are struggling. King interviewed pre-race with Daniel Bogas, and it was a very downcast Aiki Yoshi. So I had a look at Andy Mohammed Fadli, and they were way down, and they're way down the rankings here as well, outside the top 15, out the points, both Kawasaki's. Right in the points though is Mohammed Murbil Vitoni for Yamaha on the LFM. He leads the way. Xavi is now the new race leader, Indonesian replacement rider.
Yeah, there seem to be lucky numbers, those 5, 7 and 1. One 5, 7, 1 and 1, 5, 7.
5, 7, 1 leads the way.
Behind them is number 1, 2, 4. So 3 digits seems to be the way to go. Kritapat is making his way back up after dropping back a couple of laps ago. Arby is just behind him. Sorry, Des.
Yeah, Arby is just behind him, exactly what I was going to say. And just behind them, Hikari Okubo from the Samwa racing team. Kota Agawara has dropped off the pace just a little bit. Takahira is also dropped off the pace. These two, are they working together here just to try to pull away from the 2 Hondas behind them? Behind them, it is Kritipat. Kritipat has got 2 podiums this year, well, a win and a P2. So he's having a good season, and Kritipat is just part of an attempt of a breakaway from the front 3.
Yeah, he's getting onto the back of them now. So it's all Yamaha in the front 3.
Again, a bit of contact. Again, it's Arby who's edged off as they come in to turn number 4.
Yeah. First Honda is Akubo, number 78. We know when we're here in Japan that the wild cards are going to make an impression, and in the case of Musyavi, a replacement rider, making a big impression as well.
It does cause 1 or 2 mathematical problems at the end of the day, working out how it impacts the overall championship standings, but it's good to have these races coming in just to show that Japan is interested, particularly when we're in Japan. Japan wildcards make a heck of a difference. 250s through the 600s on the superbikes. Right then, still leading the way is 39 Kritipat for the Hondas, and Kritipat goes on the inside. Lovely line. Is he able to hold it? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Kritipat is our new race leader.
Yeah, so it's Yamaha 1, 2, 3, and then it's RB, championship leader, number 4. Keeping himself in contention all the way through. It's a great young field here.
Kritipat's the lead by 0.2 of a second from Fadil Mushavi. Murabul Vitoni in P3. Fadila Arbi still holding on in 4. Okuba and Chandra still there. Really is a terrific performance from Chandra Henrowan. Just seeing Rich Takahira. Where are you, Rich? P10 is the answer. With the fastest lap.
Yeah.
2:07.837.
Yeah, another rider who hasn't really shown up as we expected this weekend so far is the number 16, who's some way back of Irfan Ardianshah.
Guevara's also dropped back as well after a very good qualification. Bike number 97, he's dropped back to P10, but there isn't a lot of a gap. There's only 2 seconds between P1 and 14, and there's still plenty of time to get back in. This is underbone-ish in that everybody is packed together, and you really can't make up your mind until the last, I don't know, the last 2 or 3 corners, who is going to take the honours here.
Yeah, we mentioned Irfan Ardianshah, the number 16, but the other Irfan, the number 21, Irfan Haikal, for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. He is making his way into contention.
Adila Arbi, Astra Honda, of course had a lot of success in the AP 250 class. Well, they're under a lot more pressure this season. Nonetheless, they're still leading the way. And your pal, Kritipat, is having a little nibble on the inside as well, but Arbi holds on.
Yeah, this is a good race from Kritipat, doing the more usual Yamaha blue colours. Won race 2 in Sepang.
Kritipat's come up alongside Fadila Arbi. Just looking, the differential between 1 and 8 is less than a second, less than 2 seconds down to Ryuji
and
Yoko.
Down goes. That's the number 62 bike of Ryuji Yoko. He's down.
And he doesn't look particularly happy. It's not only him who's down.
Yeah, I couldn't see who the other one was who went down.
Yoko was just mentioning him. He was in P2 after qualification. He was just coming back into the reckoning in P13. Now he is out. Mintaro Takamoto joins in at the very, very back there. Bike 81 for Uma Racing MMR Akeno. As I say, anybody within 2 seconds with this much still to go. For Ardianshah, well, you were mentioning earlier what a tough time he's had. For Ardianshah crashed out with Yoko.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Irfan, who's came into this race second in the championship.
Adila Abi Aditama leads the way. Great performance by Murabul Vitoni. Great performance all week so far by the Bike 571, 157 and Bike 571.
Yes,
you're right,
indeed.
I got them mixed up, didn't I?
It was inevitable. I pointed it out because I'd nearly done it about 3 times before I said it.
571 is Fadil Mushavi. Right behind him in the redder colours, just so that we can possibly distinguish between the two. Here's Murabul Vitoni, Bike 157. 39 leading the way is Kritipat.
You can see there just going wide on the exit there was Kritipat. That allowed Arbi to go up inside him.
Been very neat and tidy for Dela Arbi Aditama.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of him battling in race 1 at the start of the season in Buriram, and he just drew Kritipat into making an error at the final turn 12. Heavy contact there between Mushavi and Kritipat. Kritipat doesn't lose too much from it this time.
But it was old heavy contact. Mushavi, yeah, I may be a replacement racer, but I've got a job to do. And that job now, well, nearly took him taking the lead. Tries to take the tight angle. And one of the many hairpins that we've got at this Motegi circuit. At the moment we're inside of the old oval, and also coming through is Okubu for the Samoa racing team. Bike 78, oh, that's a great correction.
All out of shape, but wow.
Mushavi somehow held on.
But he's lost way too many places to put himself back in podium contention. That's unfortunate. But perhaps just a little bit of red mist there from Mushavi. No red mist for these guys at the front, doing a really good job. Kritipat, the number 39, the number 78, Kari Akubo, and the 157 of the brilliant Murabil Vitoni for Yamaha LFN. And up as he goes wide there. Apology to RV behind him. There's an Iqmal coming back. He's currently in P5 or 6.
Chandra was there. Okay, the incident at turn number 1 is under investigation. Kubu of the wild card variety is tucked in nicely behind Murabil Vitoni. Padilla is in there as well, as is 124 Izam Iqmal from Victor Racing. Looking up nicely this. There's an awful lot of bikes still in genuine contention by Russell. You've got your leading 5, but I'm not counting out anyone down to 10. Takahira's started to race again. Bike number 44, he is in P10 at the moment.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, because these riders have seesawed, a lot of them anyway, have seesawed up and down the front group here, but consistent there has been Murabil Vitoni. He's possibly been the most consistent of these, along probably with 39, and Mushavi is down.
Probably just trying to catch up. It's been an interesting last couple of laps for Fadil Mushavi.
Yeah, one of the riders under investigation for that bargee incident we saw earlier. But back at the front, I'll have a look now at exactly what happened. Couldn't quite see it there, but I think he did that on his own. But what an exciting debut in this series for Fadil Mushavi. Let's hope we see more of him tomorrow.
One for the highlight reel as Murabil Vitoni, 157, leads the way. Akubu goes with him for Samoa Racing. Arvi, I think we'll be happy. There's so much going on. That's Chandra, who was nearly forced out, in fact was forced off the racing line and so close to the finishing line. That could be a problem for Chandra.
Yeah, both those Sanwa wild cards, the number 78, Akari Akubo, and Ogiwara on the 97, they are both very much in contention.
Yeah, he's come back, Ogiwara, hasn't he? Drifted down to P10. He's now got himself up into P4. And there we have Takahira as well. Reach Takahira, bike 44. Just edges out so we can have a good look at him as he comes down the hill for the penultimate time. Both Samoa bikes are there, Takahira's there, and it's all changed in this last lap. Apart from the fact that Kritipat is still in that leading group.
This is a really good performance from him. Murabil still there in P4. Reach Takahira coming up, trying to get alongside him.
Final lap, about to come up. Gosh, that is a long straight, isn't it? Eventually they go past us in the commentary area. Kritipat has the lead from Ogiwara, Okubu, Murabil, Takahira, Izam, Padilla. The championship lead is down in P7 on bike number 93.
Ogiwara, can he bag another podium as a wild card in this most difficult of classes to come into?
He's been in great form this season.
Yep.
In the All Japan and in the Talent Cup as well, where he's won 4 out of 4. He's just trying to get alongside Kritipat here. Go to Ogiwara.
And look at RB just behind them. He's getting himself into a good position as they go under the first tunnel and head into turn 6.
Well, there's been so much bustling around, a lot of physical contact. Also coming into the reckoning is Izam Iqmal once again for Victor Racing. These three just like they're pulling away just a little bit. Izam has got work to do.
Izam hunting another podium for himself and for Victor Racing.
Kritipat looking for back-to-back wins. Bike number 39.
Indeed. Murable Vitoni looking to turn what's been a really good race for him into a podium result.
Right then, this is where it gets interesting. They come over the brow of the hill, they'll fan out across the width of the track, trying to get the best line into the right-hander at the bottom of this hill. Look how tight to the line Izam Iqbal went. And Izam has gone through. Izam Iqbal has got the lead. Can he hold it on? Izam Iqbal for Victor Racing. He's got two left-handers and then the right-hander on a long stretch for home. Coming around the outside for Samwar is Ogiwara. Ogiwara looks to get there. That's a back marker in front of us. Ogiwara has got the lead, but it is so tight. And the victory goes to, well,
Izam Iqbal.
Izam Iqbal ahead of Ogiwara. 100th of a second. Murable Vitoni in 3. Kritipat 4. Takahira 5. Fadila Arbi down in P6. Photo finish required. But Izam Iqbal's move down that back hill and onto the final 4 turns by Russell. Sensational.
What a reel that will make from the exit to turn 10. Here we go. Have a look at how close. This is what 100th of a second looks like.
The first bike we shouldn't take into account because that was one of the back markers. That was Nang Tse. That really confused matters. Suddenly seeing 15 come into the reckoning.
Yeah.
Right at the finishing line, but he was being lapped. It is half a wheel for Izam Iqbal. 100th of a second.
Izam Iqbal was almost on the grass on that run down to turn 11 before they got into the braking area. But 100th of a second.
First win of the season, 3rd podium. 3rd and 2nd in Sepang, now a first win of the season.
And what a result for Victor Racing Team.
Ogiwara comes through to pick up, like he did last season, a P2 as a wild card.
Yeah, that was a great race from him. He took a little bit of a break mid-race and then came back really strongly. His teammate Hikari Akubo, also really strong race, finished only 0.4 down. Here are the results.
Izam Iqbal, Victor Racing Team, 3 podiums in a row and now a first win for the privateer. Takes it by 100th of a second from Ryoto Ogiwara. Murable Vitoni, good points for Murable in what's been a good season in P3. He's only 1/10 down. Kritipat, after leading for much of the race, finishes in P4. Rich Takahira came good in the final 2 laps, and the man who was 4th on the qualifying grid finishes 5th in the race for TY Antares. Good points for them. Fadila Arbi, the championship leader, that's good for him. He'll extend his lead at the top with the 10 points for P6. Hikaru Akubu, another wild card for Summer Racing in P7. And Chandra, somehow from P29, finishes in P8 for 8 points. Another wild card, Rintaro Takamoto for Uma Racing MMR Akeno. Came into the reckoning later on. He's only 1.3 seconds down. Irfan Heikel is only 1.4 seconds down for SCK Honda Racing in P10. Aldiaz in 11 for Yamaha BAF Yamalube. Daniel Shami for Uma Racing Yamaha in P12. Davino Brittani, he'll learn and learn and learn from every race. Davino for Astra Honda in P13. Ayoshi finishes in 14. 15, Kevin Samar Quintal for Idemitsu Honda Racing Indonesia. Out of the points, Andy Mohammed Fadli on the Kawasaki. Chao Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam. Gao Jiang, Faris Putra, 17 seconds down. Tonam Pu, Hu Tri, and Zhang Shuncheng complete us down to 22. Only 18 seconds though between P1 and P22. Fadil, gosh, so frustrating for him. He got on his bike again to finish 41 seconds down. Johan Reeves, then Gangguan, Kotaro Togashi, Nang Tse, Irfan Ardiansa didn't complete the race, neither did Yoko.
Wow, what a race that was.
Breathless stuff. Izam Iqbal.
Yeah.
He's in a great run of form. A P3 and a P2 and a P1 and a very, very happy face. Race highlights of a topsy-turvy AP 250. Race 1 of the weekend at the Motegi Mobility Resort. Man on pole, Murable Vitoni, bike 157, off to a flying start. But if he was hoping to get away by Russell, it wouldn't come very easy.
Yeah, he wouldn't. And this big group at the front maintained so many bikes. I mean, this group is just huge. For the first half of the race, it thinned out a little bit, but so many quality riders in this field, including the wildcards. It was a great race all the way through for the 157, Murable Vitoni, and the 97 there, Ogiwara, hunting for another wildcard podium in the AP 250 class. Down went the number 50 of Tagashi and Jazil Jarami.
In the meantime, though, the front was RB was always there or thereabouts. Bike number 93, the championship leader, Murable Vitoni, who's made the step up to 250 very nicely. He was there. And your friend, the Thai, Kritipat, looking for back-to-back wins. He was also involved as well, bike number 39. But I think what was happening behind them, other teams were just keeping their powder dry. They were just waiting to join the party in the last 2 or 3 laps. Because it's such a big group, only 2 seconds behind, it's very possible to make that up in a big group.
Yeah, and very, very impossible, if I can say that, to make a break in this kind of company.
We're at the midpoint of the race here, and again, we're still focusing on 93, Padilla Arbi. And Ogiwara's dropped off the pace by this time, but the man who really impressed was Chandra. Chandra, bike number 88, started way down. That going out was Yokoi. And that left a little group. This is where we began to pull away.
Yeah, it's Mushavi's exit there. Just got a little bit overheated, I think.
And then Izam makes his big move coming down the hill. Is he able to hold on? That was the big question. This is the back marker at the very front. Don't be confused. It confused many. Samwell thought they got through, but then Izam on the switchback is just able to power through, get past Ogiwara. It really is impressive that Ogiwara is holding on, chasing everything, and frustration from Ogiwara, because Izam Iqbal is the man who's taken the victory.
Yeah, rejoiced there for Victor Racing, which is always good to see from that storied team in the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Podium is in the area just behind the pits.
HP 969 Indonesia Racing
Around
Team,
the front of the track to get themselves there. Making their way through now. And Murable Vitoni for Yamaha LFM HP 969 Indonesia. Picks up a very, very healthy P3 for his first podium of the season.
Yeah, it's been coming. There he is again. He was quite chirpy on the grid, quite confident.
Yeah, there's a big smile, and justifiably Izam puts himself into championship contention. He'll move on to 68 points. They did not finish in Thailand, but Victor Racing will get the team award as well. And we'll talk about the awards and a little bit more about the race after the national anthem of Malaysia.
Now to present the winners' trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Nao Nakamura from
And
Alpine
he's getting
Stars
used to
Japan
this, is
the
Izam.
podium.
So Victor Racing. Mr. Nao Nakamura from Alpine Stars Japan to hand out the awards for the top 3 riders.
In third place, from Indonesia, Muhammad Murabil Vitoni.
Murabil Vitoni. Well, that'll help his championship charge no end.
In second place, from Japan, Ryota Ogiwara.
Ogiwara picking up his
And your race
usual
winner from Malaysia,
second place as a wild card.
Izam Iqbal.
There is your race winner, Izam Iqbal.
And now to present the team award, we would like to invite Ms.
First
Gong Hong
win for him
Japan
in
Asia Vice
ARRC.
President to the podium.
And thrillingly done, must be said, thrillingly done.
And the best team for AP 250 Race 1, Victor Racing Team.
Team award from Ms. Gong Hongwo from FIM Asia Vice President. And that goes to a very, very happy Victor Racing Team.
Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the AP 250 Race 1 winners.
Murabil Vitoni, Ryota Ogiwara from Japan, and your winner from Malaysia, Izam Iqbal. It's interesting reading in the standings. Having so many wildcards has been helpful for Fadila Arbi. Even though he only, in inverted commas, picked up a P5, he'll increase his lead at the top of the standings to 25 points. Clear of Izam Iqbal, who moves into P2 on 68 points, 10 points clear of Kritapat. Murabil Vitoni is just a point down on 57 points in P4. Irfan Ardiantia crashed out today. That wasn't a good day for SCK Honda Racing today, was it? He's on 50 points. Galang Hendra, an absentee today. He's on 47 points. Chandra picked up 8th from a start in 27th. He's in P7 on 38 points, just ahead of Rich Takehira, who picked up useful points for TY Antares Racing. Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas. He is in the Parc Ferme, or just near the presentation area, and he's talking to our race winner.
Izam, after Sepang, it seemed everything just kept on getting better for you, and here now you stand victorious after race 1. That last lap was quite a push. You were nearly on the grass, took the lead, and then Ryota came in and you got the perfect slipstream and just pulled out at the right time. Tell us about this race.
First of all, I want to say thank you to my team, make a great job. Even we have a struggle a lot in FP until qualifying. Race 1 is going well. But sometimes I need to make a strategy with them because my bike not so fast, but in the top only. And the few laps, like 3 laps, all rider aggressive, no. And in the last lap, I just make a big step into the top 3 and make a move in, I think, third last corner, no. And I lead until the last corner was, I think the Japan overtake me last corner was incredible, you know. It's difficult to overtake there, but I have a slipstream good in the straight and win. It's my luck today. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Izam. Big congratulations. Good luck for race 2 tomorrow.
I think it was a bit more than luck, Izam. I think it was real skill to time your run down to the line beautifully to take your first victory. Okay, you're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships. When we come back, we move up a speed. We move on to the Super Sport 600cc. Don't go too far away. This is the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships from the Mobility Resorts in Motegi, Japan. Recapping there, the results from Sepang the last time out in June. There were victories for Helmi Asman in race number 2, Adnanto Putra in race number 1. And those two races are in what is really a 6-way battle for the championship as we come into round 3 of 6 of the season of the Asia Road Racing Championship. We're in Motegi in Japan at the Mobility Resort. And once you get onto the 600s and the 1000s, this bike, this course adds more and more questions, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it does, because of the high speed, all the time you spend upright on the bike, which is not something we often talk about, but you're either upright accelerating or you're upright braking really hard.
Great vantage points ahead of the race. And let's have a look at what happened earlier on today in terms of qualification. And it really was the Kazma Daniel day, but it wasn't just about Kazma.
No, it wasn't just about Kazma. There was plenty of surprises here. It was a good session for the rider we just looked at then, the number 1, 2, 3, Adnanto Putra, who normally uses every session apart from the races to get his bike properly set up, with qualifying times as a second priority. He really went well today, right from the off. And Kazma Daniel has been looking lively all weekend too. And there he is, right on cue. Still quite early in the session. They were still running on race tyres, mediums, as you can see, for Kazma Daniel and pretty much the rest of the field. Kazma looking on really good form. Because when it came to take a break, as we will see, he kept his powder dry and timed everything perfectly. So at this point, Kazma was quickest, and he was still on race tyres. And Helmi Asman, who dominated pre-practice yesterday, made a good start to this session. And we're here now at the break, and there's a very calm looking Kazma. That's the number 63 machine of Sharifuddin Asman, who crashed on his qualifying tyres, and unfortunately for him, Rocco Sessler followed. There was nowhere he could go, so his bike had a tumble, so repair to be done there. But Kazma Daniel stayed in the pits on his own, waited till there was space on the circuit, and then he came out with nobody around him and put in some really, really quick laps. It was on his 3rd flying lap that he put in this absolutely killer time as he goes across the line this time. Anupab Samoon, he was one of several riders who has been quiet this weekend and shouldn't have been, because he's second in the championship, but he hasn't found the key to Motegi. But it will be Kazma Daniel who starts ahead of Adnanto Putra and Karol Edempawi.
By Russell with a review of the qualification that took place earlier on today. Let's go down to the other member of the commentary triumvirate, Daniel Bogas. He's down on the grid talking to some of the racers before the event.
I don't want to concern anyone, but darker clouds have been rolling in and the wind is starting to push from this side of the track. So, will we see rain later on? Well, only time will tell. For now, it is dry, and on pole is Kazma Daniel. Kazma, it seems the biggest question in Motegi has been suspension, but you don't seem to have an issue so far this weekend. Can you tell us how it's gone smoothly for you?
For me, the bike now, I feel very good with the bike and very comfortable. Just only I need to more focus on the race time, because in the race time sure will be a hard race, because everybody was sure going on the limit always. But I will try to come and try to keep my momentum and try to keep my pace only. And I hope everything just going well. And inshallah, I will try my best.
Thank you so much, Kazma. Good luck for this one. And we're going to go next to Kazma, and it's Adnanto Putra aboard the CBR. So, Adnanto, your race control, your race pace has always been the star shine about you. but qualifying wasn't always great. But this time, you're starting from front row. What has been different this weekend for you? Is it the setup, is it the bike, or is it just yourself?
Actually, yeah, everything. Also from the bike, also from my riding was I try to do the best, and also from the bike was with the team we search for the best setup. Yeah, not easy for me because this weekend was a little bit difficult because yeah, two weeks ago I was crashed when I practiced and I broke my collarbone. Just 2 weeks from now, and I still little bit feel some pain when on the bike. But yeah, I will do my best in the race. I will try to consistent from start until finish and maintain my pace. I hope I can do my best and be on the podium later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adinanta. Good luck. And now we're going to head over one more position again to P3 with Kip. And I just want to ask about what happened in qualifying. I'm going to jump over to this side. So, Kip, in qualifying, well, this weekend actually, all three of you guys from Honda Indonesia Malaysia were looking strong, but in qualifying there seemed to be a bit of disagreement. Can you give us a bit of information on what was going on there, perhaps?
Yes, today the qualifying, too many riders waiting, then we don't have the very completely good lap, and anyway I start in the first row. I hope I can be better.
So your experience here in Motegi before in the past, but how is that translated onto the CBR this time? Do you think that your pace is going to be the outright factor, or is there going to be a difference this time round?
Yeah, I've been here before, but I think maybe 6 years ago or 7 years, and for sure it's completely different bike, and yeah, I try to enjoy for this race.
Thank you so much, Kip. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes, at the grid, I can tell you, there's been a couple of penalties handed out to Mohammed Helmi Asman and Soichiro Minamoto. And they will start at the back of the grid. And that'll make life a little bit more difficult for them. There is Minamoto. And there was a lot of scrappiness going on in qualification this morning, Barry.
Yeah, there was. There was a lot of scrappiness, amazingly and surprisingly, with the Idemitsu Honda team. Where the three riders normally help each other along, they seem to have several misunderstandings. Sharafuddin crashed. It just didn't come together for them. And this is after Helmi dominating free practice yesterday. He was so quick, had such good pace. So unfortunate for him, but for the rest of us watching him come through from the back of the grid.
Well, he's going to have to come through from P17. He qualified in P8. So he was 8th fastest, but Minamoto also picking up a penalty as well. He's down. A former champion of the ARRC. Here is a wild card, a very welcome. And it's good to see Soichiro. He's a fabulous lad,
absolutely. And he doesn't seem fazed by being put to the back of the grid. There's no pressure on him. Unlike Helmi, who will be really frustrated after his form yesterday.
Helmi is 3rd in the championship standings. Anupab Armoon is 2nd. Adananto Putra, riding with the broken collarbone, is in 1st. Kazma Daniel in great nick on the Yamaha. He looks as good as I've seen him look, Kazma Daniel Kazmuddin. He's on pole position alongside Adananto Putra for Astra Honda Racing. Khalid Pawi also close to his best in P3.
Yeah, and SDG have a rider in Supersport 600 for the first time. That's Adaki Amon. He qualified 4th. Next to him, good qualifying from Reza Danica Arens for Astra Honda, and McKinley Carl Paz. He's looked good all weekend in 6th.
Wai Nugroho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P7. Sharafuddin Asman, Idemitsu Honda in P8. Herjan Adna Ferdaus, the 250 champion, stepping up. He is in P9 on the 3rd row.
And Anupab Sarman, 2nd in the championship, out of position down in 10th. He hasn't found the keys to Motegi yet. Neither has Tanat Longpliao. We know his quality too. And Ferozi Torakatula, rookie in this series, starts 12th.
P13, Kitsada Tanajot from Honda Racing Thailand, alongside his Thai compatriot and teammate Jakupat Wetisan. And Rocco Sesler, the teenage German for Team One for All, picking up valuable experience in P15.
We were just talking about row 6. That is led by Shajin Tong for Victor Racing Team, with the penalised Helmi Asman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia starting 17th and 18th. Soichiro Minamoto, the wildcard, welcome wildcard, as you said, Des, in for Hongleong Yamaha Racing.
So 18 starters for you as we have a look at one of the 2 tunnels at this wonderful circuit, this storied circuit. Just a little bit to the north of Tokyo, a couple of hours by train to the north of Tokyo, 1 hour by quick train, a couple of hours by the train I took a couple of days ago. And this is the, I love this hill down. I was talking to the riders though, and while it looks dramatic on television, the guys were saying it's not that dramatic when you're actually on the bike, because you're focused so much on the right-hand turn at the bottom, you're not worried about the elevation.
Yeah, what it does mean is that they brake earlier than you might expect if it was flat or slightly uphill, as a lot of turns are at the end of long straights. But they're coming to the line now.
Wiser's being cleared. Prayers offered up by McKinley Paz, who showed encouraging form, the Filipino, on bike number 23 for Hongleong Yamaha.
Yeah, he has looked really good this weekend. Looked good into Pang 2.
18 starters at the Mobility Resort Motegi. Race number 1 of 2 of the weekend. Safety car is there.
Yeah, and good to see SDG in P4 on the grid there, the number 53 to the right of your screen.
Right to the back, Helmi Asman, number 32. He needs to make a decent start. Red lights are out and we are underway. Helmi Asman actually got off to a sluggish start. He's got 1 or 2 places up, but not the start that he was really after. Kazma Daniel looking serene in P1.
Yeah, there's something about the spring in Kazma Daniel's step that tells you he's going to take some stopping in this race. Well, his compatriot, Karan Mpawi, is just behind him.
Bike 32, Helmi Asman has actually got himself, after that sluggish start, he got himself a real nice line into the turn, and I think he's got himself at least 4, possibly even more places. Bike number 32 right at the end.
Yeah, he's just going past Soichiro Minamoto there.
Also made a good start.
Yeah, so the naughty boys at the back making good progress.
But when you're up against this kind of quality, when you're up against Kazma Daniel, then it's a problem. Carolyn Mpawi looking good as well. There is the naughty boys chair, Helmi Asman. But it's a solid start. It'll give him encouragement, and there's plenty of time. 12 laps of this circuit. It's a longest circuit, and Helmi makes up another place as well. Was that Ferozi?
Yeah, he's just got it. That's right. He's just got ahead of Ferozi. Anupar moving up from his 10th place start. You just saw Rocco Sessler going through there. He had that unfortunate crash. He was kind of sucked into, and the one in front of him went down.
Taran Longclair, the next target for Helmi. In the meantime, serenely, second time I've been able to use that for Kazma Daniel, because he is looking very, very smooth. He's an exhilarating rider at the best of times. At his very best, he's a very smooth rider, Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, kind of going slow to go fast, as the cliche goes.
Kazma leads from Adelantoputra. Carolyn Mpawi ahead of Reza Danica. Daki Aman for SDG Harkpro in 5. Nagroho, Anupab Samu, McKinley Paz, Mohammed Sharafuddin, Persian Atna, and Helmi Asman in P11.
This is a really good showing from Reza Danica Arens. We've seen him struggle here, and he just gets swaps paint there with the Malaysian Honda of Carolyn Mpawi. But showing a lot of fight there, Reza Danica. He hasn't lost any time because of that.
Anupab Samu makes a move on the inside. Anupab goes inside, I think it was Wayne Nagroho.
Yeah, he's a good racer, Anupab, but hasn't really shown what he's made of so far. But now, of course, it's business time. Adelantoputra just keeping an eye on the rider ahead of him. Kazma's had a win and a second, and apart from that he only scored 3 points, and there is a rider down there That is
Damak.
Damok. He's down again. He
Gosh.
went down in qualifying.
Sharafuddin Azman. Hidemetsu Honda. He'd started well. He was in P3 and he was in the leading group, but his race is done. In the meantime, Adhananta Putra, who had a nasty tumble at Sepang in the second race, but recovered to pick up a point. You never know how useful that point could be at the end of the season. He's trailing in P2 at the moment to Kazma Daniel. Yamaha's looking smooth and Kazma's looking smooth. Kazma's in good form and his confidence is high. And he's leading after 2 laps, but Adhananta Putra on a beautifully conditioned bike is in P2.
Yeah, Wainagroho moving up. He's in P4 now.
Powie in 3. Rowe's done well, and he's taken Anupab Sarmoon with him.
Yeah, Anupab has put his racing suit on and seems to be overcoming whatever was slowing him down in practice and qualifying.
He's chasing a 4th straight podium in a row, his bike number 500. Behind him, though, Wainagroho has a little look. Odaki Amon for SDG Harkro bike 53, the wild card. He's in the mix as well, ahead of Reza Danica. What's happened to McKinley Carl-Paz? Dropped off a little bit, bike 23.
Yeah, 1.8 seconds down in 8th. Helmi is up to 10th. He's got, just in front of him, he's got Erjan Atna.
Anupab is racing. He's just done the fastest lap, 1:54.4. He's also fastest through Sector 1, fastest through Sector 2, bike 500, and he's got himself up into P4, ahead of Wainagroho. As we focus on the other Yamaha of Kazma Daniel, Anupab Sarmoon is worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I was concerned that he might not have found his way around or have the right setup for Motegi, which is one of the most difficult circuits, and down goes. Oh, that's Reza Danica down in the dust.
So Astra Honda's Reza Danica is used to success, but he's in the gravel. Thankfully he's up, he looks okay. That bike will need an awful lot of resuscitation.
Yeah, he was looking competitive in the early stages, and Adhananta getting all sorts of shapes too, but that was a heavy thump down onto the tarmac.
He's very lucky that trailing bike hasn't caught him. Gosh.
Yeah, he kept his arms out of harm's way as well. Sergeant Tong, the number 22, a bit more yellow on that Victor Racing Yamaha, including the wheels.
Glad to say that Reza Danica is walking away. Shaken, but largely unscathed. And in the meantime, Kazma Daniel continues to lead at the front. Anupab Sarmoon continues to push hard in P4.
Yeah, he's threatening. He thrilled us in Sepang coming from the back of the grid.
Grohu has got Odaki's Amon for company. McKinley Carl-Paz and Erjan Atna and Helmi Asman have all benefited from Reza Danica's crash. But other than Anupab, nobody's really been able to make a move.
Yeah, Helmi just edged another play. Oh no, he's been helped, of course,
yes,
by Reza going out.
There is Anupab in P4, bike number 500.
They're just on track.
By 3/10 of a second.
Yeah. So he's figured it out now.
The Hongleong Yamaha of Kazma Daniel has been leading from the very, very start. It still looks smooth. There's Anupab, who is thrilling at the best of times. Wainagroho is staying close as well. Behind them, Odaki. Helmi Asman not being able to make any ground up since that exhilarating first lap and a half. Stranded down in P9.
Could be a little break at the front there for Adhananta, and Kazma just ahead of him. Kip has looked fairly cool, calm and collected so far in P3, but he might just be a lost bike length. Anupam's circulating quicker.
Minamoto is out. So not such a welcome return for the former ARRC champion. Let's see what he can do tomorrow.
His front four. Too much between them now. Wayne Agroho just behind Anupam, having a good race.
Just half a second between P1 and P4. They are literally wheel to wheel to wheel to wheel. And Agroho is desperately trying to hold on to the back of them, as is Odaki Aman on the Honda. You're kind of waiting for Anupam to make another move, aren't you? There's that kind of expectation around him. But the serenity of the man at the front, Kazma Daniel, he's looked really sublime. Adelanta's not been able to make any impression on Kazma Daniel. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, considering he's been leading by a tenth of a second for virtually the whole race, there's no panic, no pressure showing for Kazma, which makes me wonder.
Yes.
Which makes me wonder whether he might just have something in his pocket.
But he's in confident form.
Yeah, and it shows, because normally riders will get a little bit untidy when they're riding at the front, so he's only a tenth ahead, but he's not riding defensively.
Helmi Asman's made a place. He's got up to P8. He's just edged ahead of Herjan Atna on the long home straight. He took a bit of a slipstream. There he is again. It's neat and it's tidy and it's knee close to the surface for Kazma.
So we know Kazma's in good form, and Adelanta, despite being injured, is really good at managing his tyres during the race, which is why he might have been so far to stay content in behind the race leader.
You do have that impression that those front four, they're not pushing just yet, are they?
No, not quite at half distance.
McKinley Paz has posted the fastest lap, or his fastest lap, of 1:54.3. It is indeed the fastest lap.
Helmi ahead of Herjan now, so he's up to P8. Just clocking up another couple of useful points.
A little wobble there from Odaki Aman. He's being left. Agroho's got himself just on the back end of that train, approaching halfway.
Yeah, he's had a good weekend playing Agroho.
Kyle Paz has come through into P6. He's got ahead of Odaki Aman. And he fancies making it another Yamaha.
His front four giving absolutely nothing away. There's nothing obvious that any of them has got a particular advantage, any of them is holding anything back. It's really intriguing. They know they've got time.
Kinsada, Jack Ripat and Rocco Slessler just coming through. Rocco Slessler up in P12 on Team One for All. Again, even though you're not competing at the top end, you're building up experience, knowledge of circuits. In the meantime, Kazma continues to impress, as does Adelanta.
And Anupam, cue the Jaws theme music, has moved himself up into P3.
He has, hasn't he? Yes. Yes. Karoli Dampawi couldn't hold on to that. In fact, Karoli Dampawi's under pressure from Wayne Agroho. There's the Anupam last 6 laps. There's consistency for him. 54.3, 4.3, 2.4. And then well, that was after the 1:57. That's impressive consistency for Anupam.
Yeah. And
oh, and he moves. Oh, I thought he was just having a little glimpse of the daylight on the inside of Adelanta Putra.
well, starting 10th, he left himself a lot to do. He's got the championship leader 1 place in front of him. So just a little gap showing now between the front three. 4 or 5 bike lengths now back to Khalid Pawi, who, as you said, there's this danger of falling into the clutches of Wayne Agroho.
Khalid Pawi had a good weekend last week. Two wins in the Malaysian 600cc. He's just slightly off the pace. That's the difference between the domestic championships and this ARRC. You're suddenly mixing with the best of the best. Anupam is really putting pressure on Adananta. And although he was quite blasé about his injury, it's still an injury that may well still be bothering him. It's had a couple of weeks to heal, but now he's under intense pressure from Anupam. Has a look himself as they come under the tunnel.
That might be the best way of dealing with the pressure from Anupam, is to get past Kazma if he can. So let's see.
And Wayne Agroho is really putting on a show here as well. Wayne got himself a podium in Buriram on race number 1 of the season. He's been competitive. He's been 5th in 2 other races. Well, he's got himself ahead of Khalid Pawi into P4. This seems to suit the Yamahas, this Motegi circuit.
Yeah, still. Oh, here comes Anupam.
On the inside of Adananta Putra. And the 21-year-old on the 21 bike is pushed into P3.
Puts himself into a provisional real-time championship lead. So let's see what he's got. Let's see what Kazma's got in front. He's got a few bike lengths on the riders behind him. So how clever is Kazma being here is the question. We'll soon see. Laps to go after this one.
Nice to have a look at 89 Wayne Agroho as well for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Very
he
much
so often
so.
flies under the radar, but he's a good competitor who improves. Adds strength to any squad. Oh, Adananta has a little wobble. Now Anupam now chasing Kazma Daniel. But has Kazma just been looking after his tyres?
It's really hard to say, isn't it? It's kind of riding with inscrutability, I would say. Never been far ahead, but never shown any sign of pressure. But the pressure is coming now from the Thai rider, Anupam Samoon, the number 500 with the orange helmet, the orange number on the front of his bike. Adananta having another nibble, another look on the inside. Backs off, he can't really afford a crash, another crash with that collarbone injury.
Absolutely. Anupam is really piling on the pressure now, but goes a little bit wide. Is he able to hold on? Yet a good drive up the hill. But he's looking for different angles now to attack Kazma. And Adananta Putra's decided attack is the best form of defence. And this could be a very, very good last 3 laps. Look over the shoulder from Anupam. Thought I got rid of you, he says to Adananta.
Absolutely not. We know how tough Adananta is mentally and physically. There won't be any thought of that collarbone injury in the mind of the Indonesian.
Mikhail Paz is still impressing as well. He's in P6 and he's getting closer onto the tail end of Khalid Pawi. You can see bike number 23, just the tail end of that train. So there could still be a lot to talk about. Adananta Putra's just put in the fastest lap, 154.119, which is quicker than Anupam Samoon. This is Minamoto, possibly looking to come out, just get some laps under his belt for tomorrow.
Yeah, whatever was ailing that bike, he'll want to make sure that it's okay, and then double check in warm-up tomorrow. Kazma.
Well, he's been leading from the start, Kazma.
Yeah, he's absorbed pressure first from Adananta, now from Anupam. Some very clever riding going on between these three. And Wayne Groho having a look here. So these three start to hold themselves up.
Well, Adenanta's pushed himself through into P2. They've switched positions. Tell you what, if Kazma goes on to win, as Adenanta goes on the inside, a double move from Adenanta Putra, timed it superbly.
Yeah, the front was trying to get away from him then, but he held it well.
Kazma's lost 2 places. And I was just imagining if Kazma held on under this kind of pressure, it would be one of his most impressive victories, but now it's not a victory at all. He's looking over his shoulder, worried about P3. And Adenanta Putra looks like he's accelerating away, and then goes too wide, leaves the braking too late, and loses 1, possibly 2 places.
Anguish on the faces of the Astra Honda pit.
Anupam Sarmoon, your new race leader.
2 more laps as they complete this one. It's Anupam in the lead, starting from P10. Quite a performance. Kazma goes back into P2.
Winder Groho's not out of this, neither's McKinley Kyle Paz. Adenanta Putra is a Honda in the middle of a double Yamaha sandwich, and he looks to maybe go on the inside once again of Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, let's watch that number 21 Astra Honda in case there's 1 or 2 tyre issues being experienced there by the championship leader. But Wayne Groho right up there, and McKinley Kyle Paz is coming right up on him. This is going to be a hell of a finish, Des.
And Adenanta Putra's got himself back into P2 as well. So Kazma Daniel, having been so serene and looking so strong in the lead, has found himself overtaken not once but twice in the last 2 laps.
Well, I don't know who wrote the script for this race, but it's a really good job.
And there's plenty to go. There's plenty still to be written. And I wouldn't bet against a sting in the tail. McKinley Kyle Paz has been lurking. The Groho has been looking after his tyres as well. And Anupam, it would be some performance from Anupam Sarmoon to come from P10. Certainly not beyond him. Kind of thing we'd expect actually in many ways from Anupam Sarmoon. But this ain't over, not yet.
Yeah, well, 1 more lap after this one as they come through turns 12, 13.
If you get close enough, perhaps you can get a drag down this long straight, but it's a healthy-ish lead. It's a 3/10 lead for Anupam Sarmoon. I think you've got to be really on his back wheel if you're going to get any kind of help. Oh, Adenanta has to stand up pretty sharpish. And was there contact on the back of Anupam Sarmoon? Kazma has a glimpse. Wayu Nugroho comes through. A P3 for Wayu.
Yep, he saw the opportunity and he's taking it. Championship leader having a bit of a nightmare as they get into the first stages of the final lap. Wayu Nugroho having a look up the inside of Kazma. He's hunting another podium. Let's have another look at that.
Oh, he has to just stand up, stand up. That's evasive action. Something went flying as well.
Yeah, something fell off, we're not sure what it was, didn't look important, but he's still racing really close. You wouldn't think that was a rider defending an injury.
500 Anupam leads from 27, Kazma Daniel from 89, Wayu Nugroho, the championship leader. Is he about to be displaced as championship leader, Adenanta Putra? He's still trying to just rescue this, but now we're coming to the business end of this final lap, and the man in position is Anupam Sarmoon. Who's going to leave the braking latest? Kazma.
And Adenanta's not done yet, here he comes.
Adenanta had a go, he's got P3. Anupam Sarmoon at the moment though has the lead and in perfect position. But is Kazma close enough to get a slipstream pull into the final straight? And it is Anupam Sarmoon as they race down towards the finish line. Anupam Sarmoon is able to hold on from Kazma Daniel, from Adanantaputra, Nugroho, Kalpaz, Khalid Pari. Helmi Asman gets himself P7 ahead of Herjan and Adaki. Wow.
Wow, indeed. P10 to P1, and the first time that, well, the first error of the race.
May as well do it at the end of the first corner.
Might be a celebration gone wrong, I'm not sure.
And this might be the longest celebration lap that we've had this season.
That would be a big surprise for those guys in the Yamaha Thailand Racing Team pit. Absolutely incredible, because really Anupab hadn't shown up until the start of the race. My goodness, did he show up.
Absolutely. And that'll take him into the lead in the championship standings. Adanantaputra rescued a P3.
Here are the results.
Anupab Samu taking it by just 200th of a second from Kazma Daniel, who'd looked to be so composed and so controlled until 3 laps from the end when he lost the lead. Adanantaputra rescuing P3 ahead of Wai Nugroho on the final couple of corners. Nugroho, good performance from the Indonesian, but just off the podium. McKinley Kalpaz continues to improve, continues to grow on that Hong Leong Yamaha. He's in P5, less than a second adrift. Khalid Mpawi, third for so long, has to be content with P6. Helmi Asman, starting right from the back of the grid, has done well to rescue 9 points and P7. And that keeps him competitive in the championship standings. Herjan Atna for Astra Honda Racing in P8, 7 seconds down. Odaki Amon for SDG Hard Pro, 20 seconds down in P9. Something happened to him on the last lap. He was nearly caught up by Tanat Lung Pliao from Honda Racing Thailand. Kinsada, bike 18 for Honda Racing Thailand in P11. Rocco Sessler, the German 15-year-old for Team One Fall in P12. Fairozi Torikatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 13. Jakripat, 14. Shajun Tong finishing a minute down in P15. Minamoto didn't complete, he came back on to do a couple of laps, but finished 5 laps down. Reza Danica crashed out with 10 laps to go. Sharafuddin Azman, another frustration for Idemitsu Honda Racing, Malaysian former World Championship rider.
What a race. The tension just kept rising and rising throughout. He doesn't look very tense, does he?
He doesn't look very tense.
I tell you what, I love the sneakers, Des. Look at those. I'm going to get a pair of those before we go back.
Land of the rising sun, indeed.
Absolutely. But yeah, it just cranked up. I don't think I blinked for that whole race. It was absolutely brilliant. Kazma enjoyed it. Anupab enjoyed it. And when it comes to it, these boys just love racing. And that's absolutely remarkable from Anupab. Congratulations to him and to the team who found something that they'd been missing all the way through.
They're doing the old Hawaii 5-0 celebration as they come in. Be interested to hear from Kazma Daniel. I don't think we will, but I'd love to know what his thoughts were, because he looked to be so in control. And although he's celebrating AP2, Kazma Daniel, it could have been better.
Yeah, he's just moving himself closer to championship contention after 2 disappointing races this season. Here he comes at the back of the pits. It's actually quite a nice little location for Park FIM, mate.
Certainly is. Bike number 500's got a chunk of gravel in its back wheel as well to bring it into this area. Good performance from Wai Nugroho as well to pick up 13 points for P4. And in P5, McKinley Kalpaz continues to improve. This has been a good day for Yamaha.
Yeah, not Carl's best result, but to finish only 0.8 off the winner is pretty good stuff. Let's have another look.
Supersport 600cc first race at Motegi, and we were looking at Helmi Asman because he was relegated to the back of the grid bike number 32. We wanted to see what kind of a start he could get and whether or not be able to join the race leaders. The answer was, well, he got up to P7 in the end. The man who really made the move, though, was bike number 500, Anupam Sarman, who started in P10 and would go on to win the race, but he took his time to get up with the front pack, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he initially made up about 5 places, and then it took a little bit longer because of the pace at the front. It was just incredible that he made his way up the way that he did. Helmi Asman with that big disadvantage. Danica was looking strong at the beginning, but it would end in the gravel for him.
And for Sharafuddin Asman as well. I kept talking about Kazma Daniel, how composed he was looking and how he was just resisting as we had another, that's Reza Danica sliding out. Yeah. But Kazma Daniel, I really thought he was looking in great nick, and then 4 laps from the end after the retirement of Sachiro Minamoto as well. Well, Kazma Daniel just seemed to lose out in a battle. He made a mistake coming up the hill and suddenly find himself not only in P1 but in P3 and in danger of missing out on a podium altogether.
Yeah, Adananta threatening all the way through, but had a rough...
This is the move, isn't it? This is where he loses
Yeah.
P1. And then also Anupam comes through. And suddenly Kazma Daniel is in P3.
And Anupam in P2. And just when you thought perhaps Adananta was going to do his late race thing, he made a mistake on under braking into turn 11, and Anupam pounced.
Great reaction from the pit crew as well there. And another scary moment. Has to avoid Anupam Sarma, and Anupam looks back just to make sure he's okay. And Anupam is then able to hold on despite a great move from Adananta inside Wayan Nugroho. He left his braking so late and was able to hold on, but couldn't get any better than P3. That left us asking whether or not Kazma Daniel will be able to sprint to the line and get the better of Anupam Sarma, and the answer is no. Anupam got a great drive out of the final corner and was able to hold on going over the line to take, I understand, a lead in the overall championship standing.
Yes, it would indeed. He was only 2 points back from Adananta. Sorry, 4 points back.
Adananta Putra rescuing 16 points despite that injured collarbone, which it still seems to be kind of favouring a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's a very, very good race for Adananta, all things considered. Another good race from Kazma, who's taking second place like a man. He clearly gets on well with Anupam, doesn't he?
Certainly does, but I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of respect being shown between these riders.
Team award to Yamaha, and we'll have the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, to celebrate the victory. The Thai national anthem, my apologies. My Thai national anthem. Thai national anthem rings out loud and clear. Adananta Putra from Indonesia in P3. The winning prizes handed out by Mr. Katsumi Kasai, the General Manager and Department Head of Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, aka Dunlop. And once again, delighted to get Dunlop in support of the Asia Road Racing Championship, handing out to the Indonesian Adananta Putra for Astra Honda, who will drop off top spot in the standings, but will hopefully for him just be able to nurse himself through tomorrow, pick up some points and be fully fit for the second half of the season. Kazma Daniel, I'm sure he'll be competing again tomorrow. I would love to know what his thoughts were on how he wasn't able to hold on, but there is your tie winner from P10, Anupab Samun. Brilliantly done. Team award being handed out by Sujit Kumar, the FIM Asia Vice President.
And the best team for the Super Sports 600 Race 1, Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
And that goes to the Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Katsumi Kasai and Mr. Sujit Kumar to take a photo with our race winners.
Anupab disappearing behind the prize givers.
Ladies and gentlemen, give
Now
another
he's
big round of applause for the Super
loud and
Sports
proud.
600 Race 1
Certainly standing tall on that Yamaha.
Confirmation of the Supersport 600 race number 1 result. Adranto Putra in P3, Kazma Daniel in P2, and Anupab Samun taking the victory and also the lead in the overall championship standings. 5 points clear of Adranto Putra, who's just finished in P3. Kazma Daniel 21 points down on 67 points, just ahead of Helmi Asman. Those points for Helmi from the back of the grid. He picked up 9 points. They could well be useful at the end of the season. Waina Groho's strong season and good rival with Karolid and Pawi sees them on 55 and 53 points respectively for Yamaha Racing Indonesia and Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. McKinley Kyle Paz will be happy, I think, with his progress this year. The number 23, the Filipino, on 48 points. Tanat Leong Pleo for Honda Racing Thailand on 42 points. And I think we can go down to Daniel to get some reaction from Anupab.
Anupab, you haven't had good luck in qualifying since round 2, but in the race, you are completely different. And wow, you managed your tires so well. And it looked like when Kasma just began to struggle, you saw the opportunity and you thought, attack, attack. Can you tell us about this race?
First, I would like to say thank you, my team, my sponsor, all the fan club from the Thailand, from the Japan, from everywhere. Today, for me, really hard race because I start from the kit 10, really hard for me. But I have the good confidence on the bike. I try to push, passing someone one by one, and will make good from the first lap. I see the dashboard, the lap time 54 is okay, easy for me. I try, follow him, follow Kasma, follow another, learning from them because them really do good on the braking hard. So finally, last 2 laps, I try to push more because I saw some guy losing the front and rear. The tire is a little bit over his temperature, but my bike, the good setting, I can go. Yes, finally I win. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much, Anupab. Big congratulations.
Really tired.
Finally, a win, says Anupab, at the 5th time of asking, and after 3 previous podiums, it's also a championship lead by 5 points from Adranto Putra. Okay, that's the Supersport 600cc. Coming up after the break, we move on to the superbikes, to the big boys. And we've got all the manufacturers involved here at Motegi. Don't go too far away. The Asia Road Racing Championship Day 1 has its finale in just a couple of minutes' time. A race double last time out in Sepang for Azroy Hakim Anwar. He is the championship leader as we come into round 3 of 6 of the Asia Road Racing Championships. As you can see, we're live from the Mobility Resort Motegi. Rather splendid view there of the grid and of the pit lane and of the little area where our commentary position is as well. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell in the commentary box. And Barry, let's have a look back at what took place this morning in qualification. A lot of wildcards coming in, which rather changes the picture a little bit. But nonetheless, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah was probably the story. The JDT Ducati man is coming good.
Yeah. Yeah, we know he loves this circuit. And there is a championship leader. But one thing to say, for those in the highlights reel, is that we are missing Andy Farid Izdihar, who is out injured. But there is your championship leader coming in. He has had a bit of an indifferent weekend so far, qualifying eventually only 8th on the grid. But this rider, number 55 for JDT, Hafiz Sharin, really looked as though he's hitting his peak form for the season. He's had a couple of second places. He's due a win, he wants a win, and he was looking strong right from the outset. Troubled session for Aslan, who crashed, as did Azroy, who tucked the front. Just went down, stayed out of harm's way, and came back to get on the bike, but it would be to little avail. Kito Ave, who was back a little bit, he had a really strong session, as we will see. Happy Watlong Tannen on it. We're about to see Aslan waste his qualifying tyre with that crash, which distracted his teammate Happy White, as you can see ahead of him. But it was Kito Abe who came through and jumped up to the top of the timing screens. He really made the most of that qualifying rear tyre to record a 149.87. And it did look as though he might have kept this rider out, Sharin Abdullah, but he was looking good all the way through, and the little shake of the fist there in triumph showed that he had got to the top. But Sho Nishimura, winner of race 1 last year, came through late on his qualifiers, this time riding Honda for Japan Post Honda, number 230. He would come through with a really quick lap to complete the front row. There was more tribulations here this time for Zakwan Zaidi, none so much for Kito Abe, who had a really good session, and you've got to fancy his chances in the race, but it will be Hafiz Sharin Abdullah who starts from pole position.
Yeah, looking good for Hafiz Sharin. Also notable to tell you that there's 7 different manufacturers involved today. We've got Ducati, Honda, BMW, Yamaha, Aprilia, Suzuki, and the Kawasaki's all on the grid. And they've all got to negotiate this clockwise 17 turn, 8 of which are right turns, Motegi circuit. It's a beast of a circuit.
That's it, 6 left turns, and that lovely flowing section between turns 5 and turns 10. But let's go to Daniel on the grid.
So there's a nice breeze coming again from that side of the track, and what I want to show is actually how dark the clouds are getting. This is what we were worried about, but as of right now it looks like it won't fall as the ASBs are out on track. But now let's have a chat with the man on second place. It's his home race, next to none other than Hafiz Sharin. We got Mr. Kageyama as well, racing royalty in attendance. But let's speak with Kito. So Kito, it's a home race for you, and this time qualifying has gone very, very well. Have you found something different this weekend?
Yeah, this weekend, so this is a home race, so I have confidence. I keep doing my best. Yeah.
What tires are you going to choose for this weather currently?
Target?
What tires are you choosing this time?
Tire is front is A3 and the rear medium. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kito. Good luck for this one. And now let's head over to here, and please forgive me for the pun that I'm about to use. So, Sho, The last time we saw you here, you really put on a fantastic show, but it was a different bike, and this time you're on the Honda, but you're looking fantastic as well. So tell me, how difficult has the adjustment been with this bike for Motegi?
Yes, for me, this year first time Honda, and session by session, our team have a very good job and very improved. But for me, we need a little bit more time because this engine is super aggressive. But now we try to setting electronic. Now we can get third place for qualifying. Yeah, I think difficult, but yeah, if I can good job, maybe we can fighting for him.
Thank you so much, Sho. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to head down to the second row. Now we got Zakwan Zaidi actually, who's in P4, and Nakarin, who comes back after his Moto2 two-round stint. And we're going to chat with Apiwat, who knows a thing or two about putting in a fast lap and putting in a really good race. Apiwat, so it seems that again, a decent qualifying. We were close to fighting for that front row spot. But tell me, how has the BMW been here in Motegi?
Yeah, for me it's step by step in the improving with the for me is in the bike. Yeah, now it's in the step up. But yeah, I think it's learn is from the bike, from my style. Yeah, I hope today is the good result.
We saw also a bit of struggle for you and Aslan in practice. Can you tell us what you guys were facing during that time?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, for me it's focus, only focus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head down to another Japanese wildcard. It's a really good looking bike, this one, this R1M of Shota Ite. So let's try and grab it quicker. I'm going to jump onto his left side. So Shota, you showed really good race pace this week, and we're looking at the R1, which is looking really strong. So can you tell us what are you expecting with bikes which have so much power at the front?
前の前半のライダーとどういう戦略でじゃあ、ハフィスが速いからハフィス以外のライダーをとりあえず逃がさないように全力で追いかけたいです。
The pole rider, Happy Sharon, is quite fast. So yeah, he tried to manage the setup and manage the tire, then try to following the front of the rider.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you guys for this race. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thank you very much. How's your Japanese expected Japanese translation from you, Daniel? Translate everything else. Just a quick note, the bike 64 Ryosuke Iwato on the Kawasaki is not on the starting grid, which means that we've got 18 starters, of whom Hafiz Sharim, as Barry suggested during the qualification, looks to be in fabulous form and looks to be very confident. I was down at in their pit before. They really are confident today.
That's the most relaxed I've seen Hafiz, probably since he came into this series. In inverted commas, he's one of these riders who knows he's going to win today. Fortunately, nobody else has.
We've just been given from Dunlop the tyre information, which can be so important. And most have gone with medium, but you've got some one or two interesting people, including Sho Nishimura.
Yeah, Sho Nishimura is going with a hard front, which isn't so surprising because of the pressure that the front comes under and all this hard braking that we've got at Motegi. Apiwat Wangtananon and Aslan Shah, the 281 Energy BMWs, are running medium front, soft rear. So that seems to suit the BMWs. And any other exceptions? We've got on a hard, Akito Haga, Cameron Dunker, and Joe Francis, all running hard fronts. Choyu Joe is running a medium front and a soft rear.
Azrai Hakim Anwar is our championship leader, and Azrai Hakim is down in P8. So he's going to have to work hard with all the wild cards in and around as well. It makes life particularly difficult if you're trying to hold on or trying to make up points from 8th or 9th place. Ito is one of the wild cards.
Yeah, what a beautiful bike that is as well. The Motor Bum Honda CBR 1000 Triple R. Just taking a look there at Aslan Shah.
On the BMW A1 Energy. We've got Aprilia on the grid as well. Eduardo Ruka for Team Tatara Aprilia. And his teammate is Akito Haga, who also appeared at Sepang.
Yeah, it's good to see, as you said, Des, we've got 7 manufacturers. Oh, I was going to say on the grid, actually we've got 6, but we've got 7 entries. Hopefully we'll see the Kawasaki tomorrow. So riders out of position, the main one being Azroy Hakim Anwar, starting 8th.
Let's have a look at the starting grid. Hafiz Sharon Abdullah, JDT Racing on the Ducati. Looking very, very good this weekend. But Kito Abe, must be said, put in a brilliant late performance in qualification for SDG Harkbro on the Honda. And Sho Nishimura, he knows this track like the back of his hands. He's on the Honda CBR 1000 for Japan post-Honda Racing.
And Zakwan recovered from his crash in qualifying to lead the second row. Alongside him, Nakarina Tirapupat on the podium twice last year, and Apiwat is 6th for A1 Energy BMW.
Toshima Ray for Dogfight Racing, one of the Japanese teams. He's another wild card who could be competing up at the top end. Azroy Hakim Anwar will be hoping there's not too much traffic in front of him for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Shota Ide for Uma Racing MMR. Akino Speed Green Cycle is in P9.
And we're just looking at Motorbun Honda of Motohiro Ito. He starts 10th. Alongside him Aslan Shah Kamarizaman, who had a difficult qualifying session, and Wada Ruka for Team Tatara Aprilia outside of him.
There's an absentee in P13. Iwato is not going to be on the grid for the Kawasaki. Rezi Takero for Team Titan on the Suzuki. Good to see Suzuki on the road there. He'll be in P14. Lachlan Epis on the Savitar Team Asia on the BMW is in P15. He stayed out in Asia, was in Malaysia last week and up in Japan with the LNC.
Yeah, 17-year-old Aussie Cameron Dunker for Motogo Yamaha starts 16th. Alongside him, Akito Haga for Team Tatara Aprilia, and British rider Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team.
And the always present Joe Yu-Tio for Savitar Team Asia on the BMW, officially starting 19. Oh, Lachlan Epis is out. Oh, on the outlap. Oh, Lachlan. Oh, yeah.
Frustration. Impossible to imagine unless you're actually there. He's had a pretty rough weekend. Wasn't good in qualifying. Qualified 15th.
And he's so far out, there's not a chance of him getting back to the pit lane, to even start from the pit lane to get some laps in.
Yeah, it's been a weekend to forget so far. Hopefully he can come back and do something special tomorrow. But hoping to do something special today is the number 55, just went through on your screen. I'm surprised he took his helmet off.
I was going to say, I hope the bleepers are ready with the audio guys downstairs, because that would be choice language.
Wouldn't it just?
Okay, for those who are left, you've really got to worry for Lachlan. SDG Harkbro with Kito Abe, who's had 2 podium positions already this season, 2 P3s, one in both Buriram and Sepang. He's a real challenge. Sho Nishimura, well, he picked up a podium on a BMW last year. He's on the Honda this year. Race 1, long wait, red lights are off, and the start for the Ducati is a strong one. Hafiz Sharim is off and in good position. He'll just lose 1 place, or maybe he'll just hold on, but it's a solid enough start from Hafiz Sharan, who's taken out. Hafiz Sharan on the Ducati. Well, is he able to get back on and rescue something from being caught? Or he caught the back wheel.
We'll have another look at that in a moment, but an absolutely shocker of a start, and it was a sensational start from Nakarin Atirapuvapat, who started from 5th, middle of the second row. He went straight through to the lead. Let's have another look. Currently 2nd, Hafiz.
Nakarin closes.
He hits Nakarin.
Oof. Well, he's done well to stay on the bike, and keep some kind of motion going, but yeah, those looks tell you the whole story for Hafiz. Gosh, the best laid plans of mice and men, they so easily get smashed to smithereens. And Chip Nakarim, who's been racing well in Japan already this season, he's the surprise race leader, as you say, from P5.
Yeah, Kito Abe, we expected him to go well. Currently second, Zakwan Zaidi third.
Apiwat Wantananarap also into P4. But this place is absolutely buzzing after that start from Hafiz. There's Chip Nakarim, who's in second place in the championship. This is a chance for Chip Nakarim to really change this season.
Yeah, because the championship leader is there, Azroy, and he started from P8.
And Azroy at the moment, Abe second, Zakwan third, Apiwat. Azroy has got himself up into P5. So Nakarin's happy. And I'm just hearing somebody's got a jump start.
So let's see who that is. It was a phenomenal start from...
Apiwat has got the jump start.
Oh.
So Apiwat is going to have a long lap penalty. Oh!
So Apiwat, who was very focused and looking pretty much as mean as I've seen him on the grid, especially that came across the interview with Daniel. But it's not a good start for him. It looked like a good start, but it was a jump.
Tell you who else had a dreadful start. There's the long lap penalty confirmed. Bike number 24, Apiwat Wangtangnam. Another one who had a dreadful start was Shona Shimura.
Yeah, we were expecting him to really come through strongly, but he's way down. And
Shota Ite slides through. Gosh, there's a lot going on out there. And then Ite loses that place back to Azroy Hakim Amwa.
Yeah, he'll be having a good mutter under his helmet about that, about the wild cards.
So Nakarin leads, Abe is in second. Abe, if he can have a good showing here at Motegi, this could propel him towards championship standings. Where is Hafiz Sharin? Well, he's just done a very quick sector one, I can tell you that. 12 laps he's got to try to recover, to try to gain something as they come through. Nakarin leads from Abe, from Zakwan, from Apiwat, who has a long lap to do. 74, Ite in sixth.
Well, some of us in the commentary team have marked Hafiz down for a win, and his weekend has been perfect so far.
Well, he's just gone through the start-finish line in P16, and he's just posted a 150.457. Sadly, he's 14 seconds down, but you can certainly see him getting up into the top 10. He's got 10 seconds to make up on Cameron Duncan. He's got... Yeah, that's very possible.
Oh, and off goes
Shota Ite. Well, he'd been...
He's looking lively, but now he's off.
Been very risky in some of his moves, Shota Ite. So many incidents to talk to you about. Ite slides off. You've got a long lap penalty for Apiwat, and you've got the start, of course, from Hafiz.
Yeah, slides off. Bridge there in the foreground. But this is the best we've seen of Nakarin Tirapupat this weekend.
Bike number 21, Zakwan Zaidi. Remember, he slid off as well. He's quietly got himself into P3.
Yeah, this is shaping up as a good season for Zakwan. Kito Abe is having a good run here. He gets better and better. Not so great in practice yesterday, but really good in qualifying and putting a good race together. It's a long way to go, Des.
Certainly is. And does Apiwat decide to take his long lap? Azroy Hakim's got himself up into P4. That's a good, solid performance. As we come through the start-finish line, I'm keeping a close eye to see if Hafiz has got himself up. Well, he has. He's got himself up into P14, Hafiz.
He's scoring points now.
And he's going quickly as well.
He's lapping in the mid-150s, which is phenomenal considering he's carving his way through traffic at the same time. Here comes Kito Abe.
New race leader, Kito Abe. Chip Nakarim decides not to defend too aggressively and to follow up on the back of Abe.
Now they get into the flowing section of the circuit. Who's going to have the advantage here?
Abe as they come up the hill, left and then onto a right. Getting so low down on the bike, losing any wind resistance, but Nakarin is just trying to take a slightly different angle to Abe. Behind them, Zakwan Zaidi is saying, you guys, you just go on racing, you just go wearing those tyres.
Nakarin needs to keep a cool head. He does criticise himself sometimes for getting a little bit overexcited in the heat of battle, but I think he's getting better and better all the time. Zakwan just a little bit off this front two.
At this stage, Barry, it's not that big a deal, is it? He's 7/10 down, but these two are using a lot of tyre, using a lot of rubber, because they're racing, whereas Zakwan can try just to work his way around the circuit. Behind them, Azroy Hakim is beginning to close in on Zakwan Zaidi. Azroy has just posted a 150.3. That's a new fastest lap. Cameron Duncan and Takeru come through.
Yeah, that's a really good point about tyres. Ren was charging really hard at the front, might be, but that comes back to disadvantage him later in the race, but let's see. Let's see how much Kito Abe took out of his tyres.
I tell you, Shota Ite is back on his bike after that crash, and he's just come through the start-finish line. He's in 16th. Hafiz Sharin is up into P13. Next, he's got a 5-second gap as Abe. There is Hafiz Sharin, 13th position at the moment. Clear track ahead of him now, Barry, so we can really try to put some lap times in.
Yeah, that will be good to watch as he continues on his damage limitation mission. Not what we expected, not what he expected. But I think at least one of us in the commentary team were expecting the rider at the front to do well today.
Abe is there. Nakarin, who leaves the braking latest? Nakarin does.
Then like Kito Abe just slides, gets the bike lined up, sliding back into turn 11. He really knows his way around here. Exactly,
Experience of this circuit more than most circuits, I think, really does help. Behind them is Zakwan. Behind them is Azroy Hakim. Apiwata's still got his long lap penalty to serve. Shima Ray for Dogfight Racing in 6. Sho Nishimura's got himself up into P7 after his lackluster start.
And Azroy quietly doing well after starting back on the grid. Back in 8th, he's up to 4th, and threatening Zakwan. Apiwat still hasn't done the long lap penalty, which is surprising. I thought there'd be a limit in the regulations. I should know that, but I don't.
It's any time in the lap, but I'd imagine you'd want to get it within 4 laps, is it? 4 or 5 laps, we understand. We're making that up as we go along, we'll check.
It's usually 4 laps, but he hasn't done it. If he does go beyond whatever the limit is, then he'll be black flagged.
Nakarin still close on the tail of Kito Abe.
Really pushing hard. I just wonder whether as the race goes on, this is going to play into the hands of championship leader Azroy, who's coming up very close on the back of Zakwan.
We've just been given news about Apiwat Wangtananon. And he's now doubled his long lap penalty. Because he didn't come in quick enough to serve his long lap penalty, he's now got 2 long lap penalties to do.
Yeah, so not a good day for Apiwat. He should have known better.
Arbe leads from Nakarin, from Zakwan, from Azroy Hakim, from Apiwat. It's a great battle. 2 great battles ongoing.
Yeah, these two. And these two at the front are really pushing. We're coming up to half distance on this 13-lap race.
I think that Apiwat might. Well, he hasn't gone in. He hasn't taken the long lap again. Apiwat.
Azroy is making his move now. He's into a 3rd place.
This is terrific from Azroy Hakim. Remember, the championship leader, Chip Nakarin, is just 1 point adrift. Hafiz Sharin was just 4 points adrift. And all was looking very good for Hafiz until the first corner.
Yeah, and as we saw in the 600 race, the riders that are really shining aren't always the riders that look good in practice and qualifying. And that's the case with Azroy.
Hafiz Sharin has got himself up into P12. He's overtaken Shota Ide, Joe Francis, Akita Hago and Cameron Dunker. Moresi Takeru is next in his sights.
So real-time championship turns. It's Nakarin, 22 ahead of Azroy.
Let's fall back and let's see where Hafiz Sharin is. There he is. He's closing in. And he's going to take another place there. Bike 11 is Morazi Takeru. So Hafiz Sharin is now up into the top 11. And he's got Wada Ruka and Aslan Shah Kamruzaman as the targets next ahead of him. Up at the front, Arbe still leads.
This is really good form from Kito Arbe. He seems to have adopted a SDG style of racing. SDG is so good at managing their riders. What is going on with Apiwat?
He's got 2 times long lap penalties for Apiwat. I'm sure he's seen it because it's being flashed all over the place. And
on at the front is a fierce battle between Kito Arbe, Japanese rider, and the Thai rider Nakarin Tirapupat.
There's so much going on away from this battle. It's almost taking away from how well Arbe is riding and the pressure that he's under, as once again Azroy and Zakwan Zaidi, they're having their own little squabble. Hafiz Sharin is out.
So he pushed a little bit too hard there. So he was making up points, and now it's no points. So let's see. It's another front tuck, I think, coming up. Yeah. Just goes away.
Just pushing so hard to try to make up the grounds. And all the work that he'd done to pick up 4 or 5 points
just kept away from that tumbling Panagali. So visor down, good move. Very disappointing after such a brilliant weekend so far. Back at the front, Kito Arbe maintaining that 1/10 of a second advantage or so he's got. Azroy.
Apiwat stayed out.
Yeah, well, stayed out. This is the mystery of the race.
And that's his pit crew.
Yeah.
They're wondering what's going on because that's the corner.
Well, after getting a double long lap penalty, not sure what happens next. It's not going to be 2 times laps. It's flashing on the start-finish line. And if he doesn't do it, he's going to get black flagged. 5 laps remaining.
Meantime, Chip Nakarin still chips away at the lead. Long lap +2.
Despair and delirium from the A1 Energy
Plus
BMW
creative
squad.
use of gaffer tape, it's got to be said.
Yeah, yes. You're going to have to lasso him in, I think.
Oof. Oh, the emotions all over this circuit. Incredible.
Wow.
Hafiz, he's got to shake that out though and focus on now tomorrow.
Yeah, he needs to show champion form and come back and win tomorrow. That's basically what he needs to do.
He could also use Kito Abe stopping Chip Nakarin, picking up maximum points here today.
Yeah, very true.
Maybe a Zakwan or even Azroy to come through and pick up points from Chip. At the moment, Azroy Hakim is in P3, and this is looking a good day for Azroy Hakim, although he'll lose the championship lead if it stays like this.
Yeah, with 4 laps remaining, he could close up. I think he's pretty good at managing his tyres, Azroy. The 2 at the front haven't really spared much. You can see the bike of Kito Abe moving around.
So many separate incidents building up towards this finale. And he stayed out again.
Happy goes past once again the long lap penalty.
Does he know that that's the place? They must know.
Yeah.
They must know.
Yeah, it's all made clear in the rider briefing. And as we said, Apiwat is a very experienced rider.
Well, there's questions to be asked. And the brokers down in Parc Ferme have some investigative journalism to do. Apiwat, what were you thinking? Geez, one went wrong. But still, Abe, he's the story.
Yeah, he's the story. I'm just wondering if Azroy could become the story here. Moving back was Zakwan. So it will be a case of tyre management coming to the fore now.
He'll come down the hill, a spectacular hill. Abe slides in. Really began to show his form earlier on in qualification today.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he got better and better. Such a good rider, and SDG are doing such a good job of managing him. Azroy is coming up closer and closer.
Azroy Hakim, fastest lap of the race. Although, to be fair, Sho Nishimura's just done a 1:51.2 for his fastest lap.
And Apiwat has just pulled into the pits. So, there we go. We don't know what's going on there, but that's happened. He's out of contention.
Well, he's taken this as the old traditional penalty. He's done a drive-through rather than a long lap.
Right. So despair again in the team there. Oh, and Chip Nakarin is down.
Chip Nakarin, wow. Have we got any more stories, any more headlines? Chip Nakarin just slides out. He'll desperately try to get up. And you're quite right, it's the Abe Azroy Hakim story now.
Let's just see what happened there. Under braking, this is, yeah, touch the front.
Well, Azroy had got in front of him. That was the story.
Yeah, he was trying to get back and down he went.
So Azroy is now chasing on the back of Kito Abe.
And this is big for the championship for Azroy. Main rival, trailing him by just 1 point, is down and out. Kito Abe is just ahead of him.
And Hafiz Sharin is down and out. This could be a huge moment for Azroy Hakim Anwar. He's on the back of back-to-back wins. If he was to make it 3 in a row, even 20 points now would put him a very, very healthy lead in the championship. Abe, though, I think wants to write another story. He wants his own first victory of the season.
Yes, he does. But I'm still sticking with my revised prediction for the race, which is Azroy. I think he might just pull it off, but Kito does look good.
Zakwan's in splendid isolation in P3. It looks like another safe podium for Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah.
That would be 4 in 5 races.
Yeah, and that's important for the championship as well. Smiles from the SDG team boss. He's enjoying this.
wouldn't predict anything at the moment, though, from what we've seen so far in today's race. And that's without the rain that's predicted for tomorrow.
Half a second between them. Azroy lapping about a tenth quicker, so if he keeps a cool head, this is Kito Abe's race. Honda moving around, the STG Honda moving around. Azroy coming off the back of a double win last weekend in the NSBK series. This is nail-biting stuff. There's so much drama here. And while that was going on, Sho Nishimura
has moved up into fourth.
Yes.
Very nicely. But I think it's other people falling out that really helped him. Aslan Shah's get himself up to P7 as well. But Kito Abe, in the meantime, well, everything else has been going on around him. He has quietly got on with his job.
Yeah, Kito Abe so smooth through that double left-hander before the final turn 14.
Kito Abe will actually move into second place in the championship standings, as you can see from that graphic bottom right.
On the final lap, and he's looking good. I should listen more to Daniel. now I'm giving away who predicted a win for Kito Abe, but
it ain't over, not quite, not yet.
And this is a really good race for Azroy. Once again, he started from 8th. He's worked really hard, really well, and the boss is still got a big smile on his face. He knows that his rider is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. So they get into the fast-flowing section of this circuit. Kito looks so good here, so confident.
It's over half a second the lead that he's got from Azroy Hakim. Too much for Azroy, surely. Mohamed Zakwan Zaidi has decided he's happy to pick up his podium. He'll just make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. But here is Kito Abe. Coming through, he had a P5 and a P3 in Buriram, a P4 and a P3 in Sepang. He's going to add a P1 here. Azroy is working hard, but I think he knows that with just the hill, the right, the two left-handers and the home straight to come, this is Kito Abe's first victory of the season.
And that says it all. Yeah, here he comes.
Well, in a race where so many have fallen, it's the consistency of Kito Abe, it's the home knowledge of Kito Abe that's enabled him to come to take the first victory of the season for him. 25 points for Abe. For Azroy Hakim Anwar, that's a very good 20 points as well. Zakwan will be very content with 16. Sho Nishimura picks up 13, but wow. Let's think about Chip Nakarin. Let's think about Hafiz Sharid Abdullah and Lachlan Epis as well.
Yeah, this has been a phenomenal race for Azroy's championship hopes, and a pretty decent one for Zakwan, who wasn't in the battle at the end, but jubilation in SDG, that is a plan perfectly executed. Yeah, handshake there from Sho Nishimura, who won race 1 last year. And the dogfight racing machine at Toshima Ray.
Aslan Shah's come and picked up a P7 as well. But the incident going on in this race, right from pre-race when Lachlan Epis crashed out. The first corner, though, that took everybody by surprise. The start from Chip Nakarim, the fact that he took out Hafiz. Hafiz tried to come back, but couldn't really make it back. And it's given us this end result. Abe wins it comfortably, 6-7 tenths clear of Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, ahead of his teammate Zakwan Zaidi. Sho Nishimura for Japan Post Honda Racing, wildcard in 4. Motoharu Ito wildcard for Motobum Honda in 5. Toshima Ray wildcard for Dogfight Racing in P6. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman will pick up 9 points on the BMW for A1 Energy BMW in 7. And Wadaruka on the Aprilia, who we never really gave any love to, it must be said, because there was so much going on elsewhere. He finishes with 8 points in P8. Happy Wang Tananon. Let's see what happens to him. There may well be some more decisions to take on him. He ignored the long lap penalty and decided to do a drive-through instead. Let's see what happens to him. The judges have something to decide there. Cameron Dunker in 10, Takeru in 11, Chip Nakarin recovering for at least P12, maybe it'll be P11. Shota Ite in, he crashed out but got back on his bike. The Aprilia of Haga never competed. Joe Francis enjoying his ride around Motegi. Out of the points, Joe Yu-Jo also desperately out of the points. Hafiz Sharon Abdullah on the Ducati. Let's see what he can do and how he can respond tomorrow. Lachlan Epis, well, his frustration knows no bounds, but at least he got some laps in. Or did he? Did he get the bike on the track?
No, he didn't. No, it's 13-lap race, so that was it. Didn't even make the start, so absolutely gutted for Lachlan.
Well, the emotions laid bare in so many ways in this particular race.
Absolutely incredible. And we have our second Japanese winner of the day, but we can see in pit lane the celebrations going on in the Idemitsu Racing, Honda Racing Malaysia pit as they mob Azroy on his way into Parc Fermé. Hasn't made it back yet. Just coming into pit lane is our victor, Kito Abe for SDG Harkbro Honda Philippines. Absolutely brilliant. Debut win in the class. There they are, Azroy made it. They know what this means for the championship.
SDG Harkbro as a team, of course, are used to winning. Yuki Kuni, champion last year.
Yeah, and the great Haruki Noguchi before him, of course. Yeah, they really are so good at managing riders, and even the style of riding you can see reminiscent of Yuki Kuni.
Now Daniel, when he's down in the Parc Fermé, as well as the interviews, I hope he does some investigative reporting as well to find out what was going through the mind of Happy Wang Tananon.
I'll tell you what, Des, you'll get nothing. You'll get nothing from Happy Wat. He'll be hidden away by now.
The Japanese flag comes through.
Well, we had a Japanese winner in the TVS Asia One Make Championship at the beginning, and we bookended it with a Japanese winner in the ASP 1000. In between, we've had Indonesian, Malaysian, and Thai winners.
I'm feeling for the VT editor who's got to patch together the highlights for this particular race, because so much is going on.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a really... There were too many plot twists.
Right, I do think we might be able to go down for some interviews. And I think Daniel Bogas is down talking to the top 3 for today.
Zakwan, what a race that was for you. That race had everything. It had crashes, it had fast riders, but tell me, it looked like towards the end you set the fastest sector one at I think it was the second last lap, and then suddenly you just started to drift away again. Can you tell us what was going on in that race for you?
Yeah, I think I didn't expect that we get a good pace. Maybe I think with Hafiz and the top 3 is very fast, but I didn't expect that I can keep the pace. And last 5 lap or 4th lap, I saw Azroy to pass me, and I know I can be fast in the sector 1, but I've been struggling a lot with the front tire. When it's coming more lap, it's coming hit, and I feel like almost close, almost crash. So I try to keep the pace, and I see behind still far, and I just keep the podium. Maybe for tomorrow we try again. And anyway, I want to thanks to all the team. They make a very good job today. I'm very happy with the team, also especially our teammate Azroy, also in the podium. I feel great today.
So good to hear, Zakwan. Congratulations to you. Good luck for tomorrow. And now P2 for the ASB 1000 race 1. Azroy Hakim Anwar. He's going to get Azroy over here. It's still celebrating. Azroy, so you come off 2 brilliant victories in Sepang and then you come here. Qualifying didn't go as planned, but it looks like in the race you had the pace. You managed it from the start and towards the end, nearly catching Quito. Talk us through this race.
First of all, I want to say thank you to my team, Honda Racing Malaysia, since day one and now. But during qualifying, it's a shame because I did not have the perfect lap. Well, not perfect lap, but I think my mistake because after I crashed and get up again with qualifying tyre, I did not have a right feeling with the tyre. So just end up with number 8. So in the race, I just concentrate to go in front. And step by step, I try to overtake someone in the front. And last lap, Keto already have some pace, gap. So I think I just play it safe, collect the point. And for sure tomorrow, I want to repeat like this again. But I'm sure that it will be difficult because Hafiz was crashed in the first lap. And yeah, thanks all sponsor. We will try again tomorrow.
Thank you, Azrai. Can't wait to see it. Congratulations to you. And race winner for the first time this season. And it's not other than Quito Abe on home soil. Quito, what a race you put on. You led that race and you managed it so well. And tell me, how was it out there? How was the pressure from Nakarin early on?
Yeah, so very tough race because tire is too sliding. But I controlled the mind and the tire, so I'm so happy. It's wonderful. I want to say thank you, my team, because very good job, and my family, my fans. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Quito. Good luck for tomorrow's race.
A dramatic start to the ASB 1000cc. Keep an eye on bike number 55 in the blue. Hafiz Sharon in the Ducati on pole position. Just has to take evasive action as they come into this corner. And he catches the back of Chip Nakarin and goes out. He would get back onto the circuit but would later crash out. Barry Russell, all the talk was about Hafiz was in great form. What a dreadful start for him.
Yeah, that was me. I was one of the people backing him for this race, but what a phenomenal start it was for Chip Nakarin. Quito Abe gave chase, and Zakwan Zaidi placed himself in a really good position that he would maintain to the end. And behind you can just see Azroy Hakim Anwar making his way up. Out when
Shota Ite. He would get back up and pick up some points. Bike number 24, Api Wangtanam, had a double long lap penalty that he had to serve. Eventually, he decided to take a normal lap, and then Hafiz Sharin, as he desperately tried to get some points back, just gives it a little bit too much again, loses the front end and slides away to 0 points for today. He's got to recover tomorrow.
Yeah, he did absolutely everything he could, but as we'll see before we finish tonight, he's absolutely blown the championship, completely changed the shape of the championship.
But he's still in it. He's still in with a chance.
Sure.
Quito Abe, he moves into championship reckoning. Api Wangtananam, bike number 24, was a naughty boy. He wouldn't serve his long lap. Eventually, he'd do the drive-through. And then we have the story of Chip Nakarin sliding out. That took us by surprise.
Yeah, just showing how difficult it is, that downhill braking.
And it meant, despite the glum looks, a good day at the office for Azroy Hakim Anwar and Mohamed Zakwan Zaidi. They would take P2 and P3 respectively. But our race winner would go on to be Quito Abe. A debut win for him, but for the team, it propels them back into championship standings, which I don't think they really thought was the case coming into this weekend. You get a win here today, the confidence it breeds in you tomorrow, particularly the way you've won, and you never know, there could be another SDG Hard Pro battle towards the title. It's thumbs up from the team from the Philippines, It's also a good day for Azroy Hakim and Zakwan Zaidi.
From Idemitsu Honda Racing
There is
Malaysia,
Zakwan going
Azroy
into
Hakim
P3, Idemitsu
Anwar.
Honda Racing Malaysia. He seemed pretty happy with P3.
Yeah, in view of the attrition, that was good for him in the championship.
And I don't think anyone on the circuit dislikes Zakwan at all. Azroy Hakim, teammate, of course he doesn't. But there is Kito Abe. Handshakes from him. And we will have the Japanese national anthem after the team award is brought out. The team representative is brought out. And now the Japanese national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Japan.
Yeah, nice wide podium, which is good. That lets the team manager get on the same level.
Seems somehow appropriate that the day's racing should be top down tailed with the Japanese national anthem. Mr. Stan Yasuhiro, the FIM Asia Vice President, to hand out the winners' awards to Zakwan Zaidi, who quietly, effectively continues doing an ultra-professional job, Zakwan. And then he offers his award to his team.
Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Azroy Hakim Anwar is now a clear leader in the overall championship standings.
And your race winner from Japan, Kito Abe.
Your race winner, Kito Abe. He's had 3 podiums in his last 4 races to propel him up into second in the championship. This is a championship, I think, that is going to go right the way to the last race, almost the last corner of the last race of the season. Team award to be handed out by Tetsuya Suzuki, the honorary president of the Motorcycle Federation of Japan. Highly respected figure, Mr. Suzuki. And he's handing it out to the SDG Hark Pro team.
And now we'd like to invite Mr. Stan Yasuhiro and Mr. Tetsuo Suzuki to take a photo with our race winners.
I feel sorry for the copywriters who have an X number of words that they can use, particularly in the days of social media, to describe a race. There's too many things went on in that race to condense into a couple of hundred words.
It is indeed. That's a race we'll remember for a long time.
Handshakes all round as we get the overall championship standings, and your leader increased from 1 to 10 points for Azroy Hakim Anwar from Idemitsu Honda. Kito Abe for SDG Hark Pro Honda Philippines moves into P2. Chip Nakarin, 74 points alongside Zakwan Zaidi. Hafiz Sharin, hopefully for him, he can recover for tomorrow. He's on 67 points for JDT Racing. Aslan Shah, 48 points. Cameron Duncan for Moto Go Yamaha Racing on 34. Lachlan Epis again, hopefully for Savitar, he can recover and get on the circuit tomorrow. Quick thoughts, Barry Russell, on the day's racing. Quick highlights.
Well, starting and moving backwards, just the drama in that race was phenomenal. But what a great race for Kito Abe. Fantastic to see him and SDG win a race. Great for Azroy. Anupab in the Supersport 600 coming from P10 to win after doing nothing all weekend. And then Izam Ikmal taking win for Victor Racing Team. That was a heartwarming moment. And Husni Zainul Fauzi officially becoming a member of the Magic Circle.
They are the highlights from day one in Motegi. Do join us at 1 o'clock local time for day 2 tomorrow. This is the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships, brought to you from the Mobility Land Motegi circuit in Japan. Bye.